When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat,
AOC warns ecstasy takers, is she one of them? That the supply chain is affecting her drugs as well, and maybe their drugs. So she says, test your drugs. I'm so glad we have democracy. A gun deal looks imminent, and therefore, that actually hurt to say, therefore, the right to self-defense further abridged here in the United States. New Jersey woman fired for posting anti-Black Lives Matter comments loses her appeal in court. I guess we now know who the kings are, and they were kings indeed. Patriot Front arrests, and our featured story today, Public School Board releases anti-Black racism strategy, which is aimed at harming white children. Of course, in my opinion, CNN disagrees. Go free lesson of the day, the elect, the vague, and the victimizer. You'll learn about that. Also from the glossary in Go Free, the antagonist. Who and what is that? We'll have fun. MPs, I haven't heard that news that you're sharing with me. You're getting your news from some questionable websites. And also the MP, I'm white, so I can't be anti-white. As well as a reading from Prometheus Rising. 8.5, the Promethean Paradise. Comments, commercials from Lovely Porridge, and music from RC the Realist. Many announcements, your calls, of course, and then there is this. What, my friends, is the difference between a hormone and an enzyme? No matter how hard you try, you can't hear an enzyme. Can everybody hear me okay? It is 5 p.m. In Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. That's Washington, D.C. For all those who don't know the truth about what's going on, 7 a.m. in Sydney, 10 in London, and midnight in Moscow. We're going free. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to every single one of you. I hope you are having as much fun in going free as I am and changing the world for the better, despite all of the odds that are arrayed against us. You may financially gift over the course of this stream by way of Entropy, which is up and running at a cost of 15% to you. By Odyssey, over here to my left, your right, at a cost of 15% to you. And Cash App, over to my right, your left, at no cost to you. The links for these are down in the description below. Please check it out. You may also financially gift with a cryptocurrency. You can do so at nowhiteguilt.org. nowhiteguilt.org. Click on the financial gift tab, and you can financially gift there to 5 different cryptocurrency wallets, as well as a snail mail address that you will find gloriously waiting for you. If you would like to comment over the course of this stream as well without a financial gift, you may do so. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt on one of the platforms on which we are streaming. Please, while we have time here at the beginning, share the URL with your circles of influence so we can bring as many people to the well-being of our people as is possible. Right at the very beginning, I want to do this. I want to thank an anonymous gifter 2 weeks ago, financially gifting $24.96. Let's get some 07s past the $20 mark there for that individual. Some raucous emojis. Anonymous though he may be, the currency still reaches me. I'm ready for my rap career, ladies and gentlemen. Follow me as we go over here to the honors roll call, beginning with the all-stars on the honors roll call. These are the best in the honors roll call. And of course, the honors roll call represent the best of everyone else. We have at the very top of that all-stars list, Promethean Healing. And then right beside him at the very top, the one and only No White Guilt Clips, 2 mega champions, if there ever were champions in the white positive sphere. And of course there are. We have also in the all-stars list Honoris, and we also have George James, and we have on that list as well Final Blossom. Of course, you know Final Blossom well, and Joseph as well. These are the all-stars, ladies and gentlemen, on the honors roll call, as well as Child of Lindbergh. And then for the rest of the honors roll call, and if I've missed any of the all-stars, I will come back to them. We have none other than D.B. Cooper, and Michigan Wave is there. So is Roscoe and Diane, as well as Ben and Wingate, as well as Save Western Civilization Now. And King Petrus is over there. So is our very own Brad C. And we also have a J.P. is there. And so is a cat that happens to be happy. Happy cat. We have all stars there. George is there. And checking on Jack and Mark. And we have a George also in the all-stars section, I should say. Checking on Jack in as well as Mac. Great to see you. And another Greg. So is user #42. Ian is there. And so is GMM and Space Norg, as well as Mr. Walker. And rounding out the honors roll call, we have WK Hendrickson, as well as Rujash and Liberty Battle, as well as Jacked and Ivilian. And finally, we have Scott. Let's get a big round for everyone in the honors roll call, all stars and the regular honors roll call. A big 07s to all of these. Salute to those champions, as well as some raucous emojis. Get them out of your pockets. They'll give you some sort of STD. Make sure you get them out. You don't want to leave them there. It'll just get nasty. We're going to jump right over, why not, to some of this news we have. AOC warns ecstasy takers. How many ecstasy takers does she have? Of course, if you don't know what this drug is, it's best if you don't know what this drug is. But if you do know what this drug is, this is, and correct me where I'm wrong, because I am not a drug user. So if you have been or are, and you need to get into a better place, ecstasy is like a PCP. It's some drug that makes you supposedly feel ecstasy from like the slightest touch. And so AOC, she warns her fellow ecstasy takers that the supply chain is affecting drugs too. I mean, can you imagine? You can't get, your whatever you get at Starbucks, and that's because of the supply chain, and your drugs are screwed up too. Test your drugs, she says. Can you believe that this is in government? Lexi is what I'm going to call her. Alexis. What should we call her? I'm not going to say AOC or Cortez or Alexandria. She's Lexi, because it sounds like she should be on a stage or tending bar actually, she is a bartender that they just grabbed out of there, probably using ecstasy, and said, hey, want to have a job? We'll give you a job. We're going to put you in front of the people, and you're going to be in charge, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Lexi says she advised her followers on Instagram, probably where she posts half-nude photographs, to test drugs for fentanyl before using them, particularly MDMA, also called ecstasy. Quote, surprise, supply chain is affecting drugs too. The Instagram story on the Lexi account says, I don't even have to write material or even think up material for how ridiculous this is. A supposedly elected public official, authority, servant, however you want to phrase it. And this person is worried about, make sure your ecstasy drug, the drug you use when you go to raves. Isn't that it? Isn't that it, Lexi? The drug you use when you go to raves, so you can get all weirded out and everybody touching you can feel like a massive orgy. I'm so happy these people are in charge. Studies are showing nearly half of ecstasy pills contain no MDMA at all. Think of the carnage. When are we going to reach an age when there is a department in the federal government that swings into action to make sure that our ecstasy is as pure as ecstasy can be? The biggest risk to look for is fentanyl, Lexi stated on her Instagram. The Instagram links to, and no wonder her eyes are so wide. I've always wondered, why are her eyes so damn wide? What is going on? And did she just see Biden naked? Why are her eyes so wide? And now I know she's tripping her ass off all day long. First people she thinks of when the supply chain has a hiccup is all her fellow Ecstasy users. Of course, she doesn't actually use Ecstasy, ladies and gentlemen. The Instagram story links to a guide from the New York City Health Department titled How to Test Your Drugs using fentanyl test strips. There are people, the absolutely disgusting part of this is not funny at all, is that there are white people who have been using fentanyl and dying and using these painkillers and getting addicted, lives ruined now by the millions. And the federal government, the politicians, certainly Lexi here, has nothing to say about it, probably too busy spinning around the pole at the club. Nothing to say about it when it's white people. But when it's her own folk, well, then she has plenty to say. I bet she'll be distributing the test kits and probably free passes to the club she dances at. What else did we have here that we wanted to talk about? New Jersey woman fired for posting anti-Black Lives Matter comments loses her appeal. You got that, folks? There's no freedom of speech in the United States. When you say something negative about one of the anti-white groups in Western civilization, and that, of course, is Black Lives Matter. Fabulously wealthy, very ornate houses that these leaders live in. Says here, New Jersey woman fired for posting anti-Black Lives Matter comments loses appeal. So she said some things about Black Lives Matter that weren't pretty. They weren't white sympathetic either. They weren't white positive by any means. She is fired and lost her appeal because she wasn't what? Anti-white enough. And that is how you have to view this. Heather McVeigh sued the AtlantiCare health system for wrongful termination over free speech. A company that fired an employee after she criticized the Black Lives Matter movement online did not break the law, an appellate panel ruled Friday. You want to bet that their employees are able to criticize Donald Trump, criticize Republican politicians, criticize white people, able to get onto all of their different, and she was on this McVeigh was on all of these different, what was it, Facebook and private platforms. This wasn't something that was representative of the company. She just happened to be employed there. I bet you any sum of money that you can go to any number of the employees of this health systems and find that they have anti-white things, anti-American things, anti-Christian things all over their Facebooks and Instagrams and Twitters and wherever else that they crawl out of their gender fluid environments to Gab, or not Gab, it wouldn't be Gab, of course, but to tweet from and post to Facebook from, guaranteed. But they're not going to be losing their freedom of speech. They'll be able to say, oh, it's freedom of speech. But when it comes to you, well, the jury is in, and that is that you don't have freedom of speech. You get to lose your job if you're not anti-white enough. Heather McVeigh sued the systems alleging First Amendment did not allow them to fire her because of her Facebook post. But the appellate judge's Friday decision rejects her argument, saying federal law stipulates only governments and not private actors can be held liable for breaches of constitutional rights. Don't you dare. I think I heard somebody over here. Don't you dare say, well, technically that's the rule. Piss off. Sew your mouth shut. I'm no conservative content creator here. No Republican content creator here. We're about reclaiming our destiny here in this country and around the world. The rules mean nothing anymore, so they also mean nothing to us. Got it? Stop playing by the rules when the other side plays by whatever they make up as they go along. Don't feel too bad for Heather, though. She was busy saying that, well, she thinks that Black Lives Matter is being racist, and she thinks that they are getting in the way of integration, which she wants more of. She wants more integration. And so for complaining at all, just not being anti-white enough, she found her ass out on the street. The court cited a 98 state Supreme Court decision involving a public employee. But Jason, it'll work for us too. If you just get into the courtroom, if you just get into the courtroom and you cite this case, it'll work for us. No, dum-dum. No, it doesn't. Been around too long. Seen this happen too many times. It doesn't work for us. No, we just go to jail and suffer. No, we just lose our rights and suffer. Do not put any faith in the fiction of the law. Lesson learned. Now stop thinking for yourself, because brighter people are doing that for you. The court cited a 98 state Supreme Court decision involving a public employee and employer that held racist remarks are not protected by the First Amendment of the New Jersey Constitution. Quote, because a public employee can be terminated for such comments, a private company like Atlanticare clearly has the authority to fire McVeigh. So do you hear that? They can fire you from anywhere if you are not anti-white enough. Whether it is government or private, you can be terminated. You can lose your ability to work. You can lose your bank accounts. When are you going to start using what works against these people? In the aftermath of the death of George Floyd, they'll just keep invoking these things. They'll be invoking names that have nothing to do, not only fabricated reality, not only fictionalized reality, but wholesale fabrication. They'll just make up names. And because why not? Why not? That's what these things amount to anyhow. When confronted with the facts, they just ignore you, shout over you, get you fired, and prevent you from ever working again, which means you can't pay your bills, which means you become impecunious and you live in a cardboard box down by the river. But the anti-whites, at least they're not killing us, right? Killed by former Minneapolis police officer in 2020, McVeigh wrote on her Facebook that she found the Black Lives Matter movement racist, claiming it caused segregation and alleging that Black people were ending up killing themselves. How dare she concern herself with the lives of Black people without talking about how much she hates white people? Well, Heather lost her appeal, and she'll be saying no more on the matter. Jumping on over here to our featured story, Public School Board releases anti-Black racism strategy. Of course, the concept racist means you just aren't anti-white enough. If you are called a racist, that person saying it is saying you're not anti-white enough. That's an anti-white concept. Make sure you interrupt them and tell them how damn anti-white they are by using an anti-white concept. A little bit later, we will be talking about the Patriot Front arrests out in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. We have, with long-standing issues related to lack of diverse staffing. Okay, so we get right into it's white people's fault. It's white people's fault at this school that there aren't enough Black staff. I wonder at times, do these anti-whites realize that Black people are only 12.5% of the population? You simply cannot have them overrepresented everywhere. That is just a reality. I mean, you're getting down to the point where you're like digging through the worst members of that community, and you're like, come on, just please be a nurse. Just please put down whatever drugs you're using, and as soon as you get out of prison, just come be a teacher and take care of these kids. Take care, especially these white ones, for us. Make sure you take care of these white kids for us, because they're getting all uppity, playing, not crying all the time. How are you going to let them do that? Interfere, get in the way. I mean, they're 12.5% of the population. They can't be overrepresented everywhere. With long-standing, and of course, it's not the representation. It's not how many of them are actually working. What matters here, that matters. It's that this is another excuse for why the Black children at this particular school are not doing as well as the white children. It's because there aren't enough Black teachers. And there aren't enough Black teachers because white people are evil. That's how anti-whiteism works. Plus a deficiency in understanding and providing adequate support for its Black students. Really? A deficiency? Are they actually failing to support the Black students? Or are all the students getting the same amount of support and they're still having a problem with black students not getting the grades that they want, not getting the same grades as the white students? Are they still having that problem? And so now they're going to blame white people again? It's because you're not adequately supporting the black students. If you were adequately supporting the black students as we reach the bottom of the first hour, then there would be no problem whatsoever. Everybody would be equal, except that white people are evil, except that white people can't play sports, except that white people aren't in touch with nature, except that white people aren't as spiritual, except as white on and on and on. Anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. The Greater Essex County District School Board is hopeful a newly released strategy targeting white kids will finally pave the way to change. I mean, this is our whole damn lives, isn't it? It's our whole lives. It's always just about the next strategy, the next concern. And they always go with the black race. They always go with the black race because that is the race that we have been taught over the course of our lives that has been aggrieved the most by white people. That white people end up feeling the most white guilt about them. If you were to introduce a brand new race, if some new Arctic people showed up, white people wouldn't feel as guilty about them as the other races. It would take a whole lot of anti-whiteism to get us there. So the black race is the race that white people feel the most guilty about because we have been subjected to the most brainwashing propaganda about white people relative to black people. But it never stays with black people. It never ends with black people. They just like concentric rings, they go out to the next non-white race and the next non-white race and the next non-white race until, as is always the case, we end up with all the non-white races getting preferential treatment and special privileges, and the anti-white saying, and it should be that way, and then the white race having to be discriminated against. And in this case, once again, and should be the most infuriating for all of you, as it is for me, it's the white babies that get persecuted. They're responsible for every failing of every race, of every epoch, for all time. And it never changes. Reminds me of a joke, actually, of this gross joke about saw a stand-up comedian. He said the reason he likes to date high schoolers is because they never get older than 18. They're always young, and that's the case with this anti-white narrative. The white babies who are guilty for being white, who are guilty for everything across the world that the anti-whites could claim in order to get them to lower their fists, in order to get them to allow themselves to be victimized and their parents to allow them and themselves to be victimized. They are guilty for all time. And they will always be 5 years old because there will always be a new 5-year-old baby, white baby, and always a new white baby in the womb. At least we hope so, that the anti-whites can guilt. We have known anti-black racism. And now I really want to point this out. This is actually quite important. The stories that we pulled to take a look at today, and you can ask, Kate can verify this. It was a slew of stories, and every single one used anti-black racism. And then in one of my threads today, under one of my videos, so I guess it should be at the very bottom unless you click on newest first. It asked if I was for anti-black racism, anti-Jewish racism, anti-Asian racism, and anti-Chinese racism. Folks, this is clearly a concerted effort. It's showing up in all these different media sources and then shows up in the thread the very next day. That's very peculiar. Clearly an effort by anti-whites to revive the anti-white slur and concept, racist and racism. All the more reason to never use that concept. Because guess what? If you are dumb and you start using anti-white racism, it will reinvigorate the concept racism. It will become effective again for anti-whites. But just as before, it will only be applicable to you, and it won't matter how you point to all of the other uses and you point to the pages in the dictionary. If you are one of those people, you have just discovered that you are too dumb to think for yourself. Time to let others do that. Time to imitate what they're doing and succeeding at. Do not use anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism. Do not use the concept racism at all. We have known anti-Black racism has been an issue in our school board. I bet you this is, predominantly Black environment. That's one of the, they don't report on those things as often anymore as they used to. But they would in the past report on like these school districts, especially in cities, that were 100% Black. And they were talking about the racism undermining the work that they're doing there. Wow. Then that's how it will be, all the way down to the very last white guy on planet Earth who will be known by the anti-whites as the racist. Now, this was said by Josh Canty, Superintendent of Education with the Public Board. Quote, "We have been hearing from the community for many years. It is something we need to address." So in other words, we've been hearing this excuse for why the Black students have been underperforming for many years. And now finally, and I guess for all of this time, they were thinking to themselves, well, it's really going to be a matter of them applying themselves and et cetera. But now they're finally having to do something about it, because trying to get them to apply themselves more vigorously is not working. The Black kids I went to school with that tried, they passed. The ones that were just hanging out, they didn't do so well. And guess what? It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. A community steering committee was formed last year, and outside consultant, a steering committee? Is that what it says? A community steering committee was formed, just steering the car of education over the bodies of white children, was formed last year. And who paid for that, I wonder? I bet you white taxpayers paid for that. And outside consultant was retained to develop some good excuses. I mean blueprints. Why don't we call them black prints? With specific steps for the public board to follow over the next 5 years. White erase the white children there. The 34-page, quote, "dismantling anti-Black racism strategy" was released Wednesday by the board. So this, of course, has the hidden premise that the reason why you have different outcomes is not because of different genetic proclivities and propensities and talents and lacks of talents. It's not because of individual initiative and a communal effort that a community and the parents in that community push the children. I mean, we see this, the community and the parents, by way of that community, pushing children harder than white children get pushed in a couple different newer non-white communities. And you end up seeing the children competing for the best grades as a consequence. We retained Turner Consulting, who did research through interviews. Through interviews and surveys, questions. Tell me how you feel. How do you feel about being in school? I don't like it. How many kids, how do you feel about being at school? Could you imagine this? Black kid sits down, some white self-hating, white race-hating bitch pulls up in front of him, just bleeding all over the place with her hatred for Western kind. How do you feel about school? I hate it. White people's fault. Do you like to get up in the morning and come to school? I hate it. Evil white people cause this. I mean, that's the whole, we know how this works. This has been the case for the totality of our lives. So they did interviews and surveys with our black students. They even interviewed their parents, the staff, and community members about what is the nature of anti-Black racism in our board, Canty said. Okay, so they went out and collected a bunch of excuses so that the white race can take the blame for the failure of these individuals who, in this case, happen to be Black. They brought that information back to the committee along with students and staff. They came up with the strategy to blame the white race. We really got our money's worth, didn't we, from this committee? The document features 5 strategic priorities, among them to create Black affirming and anti-racist learning environment. Black affirming. Can we have a white affirming environment for the white kids? How about that? Can we get some white affirming going on? I'd like a big dose of white affirming environment that is that targets anti-whiteism in the classroom for white children. Can we get that? Improve the manner in which Black parents are engaged and welcomed within the school. Oh, so the parents aren't involved because the Klan is out front. That's what it is. The Black mom and dad are not coming in and getting involved because white people are out there with pitchforks and torches. That's what it is. Better inspire. How much more inviting can you make it? What can you give away to them to come in? The lives of their children is the reason why to come in. What do you mean? To improve the environment for the Black parents. It's their kids. If you don't care about your children, if people don't care about their children, there aren't any number of cakes or desserts or watermelon or rides around the parking lot on the newest crotch rocket motorcycle or carnival rides. There's not any amount of anything to get them to come in. Although Lexi could be there with some ecstasy out front. That might change things for a lot of people of all races. They all use ecstasy. Terrible drug. Don't go near it. Better inspire Black student success. Better inspire Black student. What does that even mean? Inspire Black student success. Plus, not only focus on increasing hiring, but properly support Black staff. Okay. Properly support the Black staff at all levels. My guess is that they're properly being supported already, the Black staff that is there. And I don't know what more. The only way you're going to give preferential treatment, and pay attention to this, folks, for all the anti-whites who would say they don't get preferential treatment or special privileges. This is what they're talking about here. They're talking about preferential treatment and special privileges for Black students, Black parents, and Black staff. And they're talking about focus on increased hiring of Black people, which means what to us? It means discrimination against the white people who have worked for these jobs on the basis of their race. That's what it means in America. Do you think a court in New Jersey is going to swing into action and say, no, they can't do that? We just said this white woman couldn't criticize Black Lives Matter. No, you cannot discriminate on the basis of race when it comes to hiring and when it comes to how you're going to treat Black versus white educators in the school system. Everybody has to have the same treatment, but no, preferential treatment of special privileges. And then, as I said, once it goes to the Black students, parents, and teachers and staff, and then once they're there, by the way, then they're going to say, well, why do I only got to be a teacher? Why can't I be the administrator? Why can't I be the sub-school principal? Why can't I be the principal? This place is just horribly racist. Once it is extended, this preferential treatment to Black people, it will then be extended to all non-whites. The only group that will have to pay for this with their time, with their talent, with their money, with all of their efforts spent in getting education to get these jobs, with the emotional toll of, and I know it well, of trying to get hired again and again and again and again. And they say, well, you got the grades and you got the background and you've achieved what you need to achieve, but you are a white male, so go to hell. The emotional toll of that upon people. And then what do they end up in lives doing? And you have these anti-whites over the years that'll say, well, they can just go get jobs elsewhere. If they can, because these people who would have been superintendents and who deserved it, and who would have been principals, and who would have been teachers, and who would have been counselors, at these schools. They can't just go down and say, well, I'm going to piss all my education and effort away, and I'm going to go get a job at Starbucks, or I'm going to go get a job being a plumber, or I'm going to go get a job at the construction site, because the border has been left wide open. And you have the interlopers, the border crossers, the wonderful heroes, astronauts, and brain surgeons coming over and doing those jobs. Hiring black people at the expense of whites, endeavoring to achieve black success at the expense of white people, supporting black staff members at the expense of white people. How do you give preferential treatment if you don't have treatment that is not preferential? Each guiding strategic priority within the document includes a series of specific actions, I bet, to be taken by the board and schools in the coming months and years. Representation. I feel like I should be reading this with like a very heavy Soviet-style accent. I'm going to have to brush up on that. Quote, representation is an issue. We started with this. It's 12.5% black people, 12.5% of the population. How about this? How about you hire people indiscriminate of their race, and then that means the black people that are there deserve to be there. How about that for a suggestion? Quote, representation is an issue with our staff all across the board. Okay. So what did I just say? We're seeing the exact same thing in the Biden administration. All those blacks left the Biden administration recently, and one of their complaints was there isn't a clear path to being the boss in the White House. There isn't a clear enough path for them. In other words, what that means is it's just not being given away to people on the basis of race. I'm afraid they're going to have, if they're going to have a gripe, they're going to blame us, but it's actually with another group of people. Their skin is fairly similar to ours, but it's definitely a different group of folks. Representation is an issue with our staff all across the board, Canty said, like a used car dealer. The staff survey received an 85% response and showed us the lack of representation. So, got to get some white fired. Got to get some white folks fired. Got to have some diversity fires. Got to have some, you have the diversity selection. They're going to be bringing in, the non-white people. And they'll have to have that diversity rejection. All those white folk. No, Phil, I know you've worked here for 27 years. You've had 1 day off when you were in a severe auto accident and you were paralyzed from the waist down. But you have demonstrated that you are a clever, industrious teacher, and that you are loyal, and that you drag your lower half in here unmoving every day. And you have students that come back and visit you every single year because you've done them so well, Phil. They love you. They're of all races, and they still love you, Phil. You haven't seen race a day in your life, and you've said that you're race blind. You can't see color, Phil. I get it. But your ass is fired. So take your white lame ass, drag it out to your Honda, and never come back, because we are replacing you with this brand new 19-year-old black female. Now it's about the hiring and supporting. They actually say a racialized staff. Now it's about hiring and supporting a racialized staff. Oh my God. Okay. At all levels. So students can see them and know they can be them. Oh, that's cute. They got a little rhyme there. They got a little rap going at this school. Student can see them and know they can be them. That's how we're going to get good grades. Up in here, this is my Southern person accent. I'm a proud Southerner from Virginia, by the way. It's my Southern person accent. Now it's about hiring and supporting a racialized staff. So that means non-white people. They are outright saying that white people are not going to be hired blatantly at all levels. They add at all levels with emphasis. They add it. So students can see them and know they can be them. They just should have taken the TH out. Students can see them, know they can be them. And they're gonna break out into some like bouncing and shucking and jiving in the auditorium. And the teachers then, knowing they get bonuses for good grades, are just gonna fill them out. Not that they ever did that and got caught in places like Atlanta, New York, and other cities. Not that they ever did that. No, they would never do that. Leslie McCurdy, a spokeswoman for the Black Council of Windsor, Essex, and member of the steering committee, called the strategy's release a step in the right direction. We're getting rid of Whitey, said Leslie. That's the right thing to do. Time to white erase these white mofos. Now it's about the implementation, she said. They need to make sure it's done properly and completely, not just in pieces. That sounds like the final white solution. That's what that sounds like. Now it's about implementation, she said. These kind of things are being said today, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's about the implementation, she said. They need to make sure it's done properly and completely. Okay, take a step back. Now it's about the hiring and supporting a racialized staff at all levels. Emphasis added. Theirs, not mine. Sounds like the solution for the white problem that these anti-whites are talking about here. They need to take their time, contemplate things in this report, and undertake structural change, not just performative things. I mean, come on. Everybody wants to see the rapping and the jiving. So they want actual blood of what they're calling for the blood, metaphorical, of white people who deserve these jobs. You are fired. We want to see the substance. We just don't want to see performative things. We just don't want to hear the statements and the slogans. We just don't want empty sloganeering. No, we want white people gone. We want white people gone, but we want their money so that we can give preferential treatment to the black staff that we hire at all levels. And you know what's going to happen there? I got to say it because it's true. The black people who are qualified, they're going to leave too. The black people who deserve to be there, they're going to leave too. You know it. They're going to be like, I'm out of this dump. They didn't move out of that shitty neighborhood to have to work with the folks who don't give a damn about their kids, who need to be enticed to come to the school to talk about their children and be involved in their lives. Black students, quote, black students need to be streamed into the profession, and not away from it, as has been done for too long. So what they want every black student there to become a teacher? Black students need to be streamed into the profession and not away from it, as has been done for too long. No one, especially in this school, where they can make such plans, is streaming black students away from any profession. That is preposterous. That is absolutely preposterous. But here she's saying we want to stream them. This is not, I think it's a poor choice of words, but it is her choice. They want to stream them into the profession of teaching. What if they don't want to be teachers? McCurdy described as such anti-racist efforts in schools as bring critical step toward global change. McCurdy described such anti-racism efforts in schools as bring critical step toward global change. We do that in like not a banjo, but like a rap version of it. That's good. Education must be the first place to begin that change, not just for students and teachers, but society as a whole. So they want this globally. They want a final white solution for the white problem for anti-whiteism, global, not just in their district, not just in their county, not just in their city. They want a global change. They want diversity fires and diversity rejections from dawn till dusk and all through the night, and they're getting it. Although the new anti-racism strategy, which is, of course, anti-white, anti-white. I read this the way it is written for fun for us. When you read it, you translate it to what it actually says. It is anti-white strategy, and it is targeting white children and white families and white parents. What will black parents be offered that white parents won't be offered? Why? What about white children who have white parents who don't want to be involved in their lives? Well, we know what's going to happen. Their parents aren't going to be enticed to come in and cooperate and be involved in their children's lives. No, because the school is going to be focused on doing this for black families, for black parents, for black mothers and fathers, for black people, and then, by extension, all non-white people, aren't they? What about the white kid whose parents don't want to be involved? What about the poor white family? What about the white family who voted for Lexi Cortez and they're using ecstasy and other drugs, and they accidentally got some fentanyl because they didn't see her warning about test your drugs, and now they're all jacked up at the house, and little Judy is going to school and nobody cares about what happens to her. No, they don't care. Release Wednesday focuses on the board's blacks. No shit. Although the new anti-racism strategy, Release Wednesday, focuses on the board's blacks. Oh, is this going to be like the whitewash here at the end? But we care about everybody. And that's where the white women lose their whatever logic was passing through their brain for a moment, replaced totally by emotions. Let's see. Although the new anti-racism strategy, Release Wednesday, focuses on the board's black staff and students, many of the same principles will be applied when it comes to dealing with students of any nationality or background attending public schools across Windsor and Essex County. So there it's saying all the other non-whites, because you can't have preferential treatment if everybody is getting the preferential treatment. It just then becomes the treatment, right? This is so simple. The beautiful thing with a strategy like this, I wish I had a picture of Canty. I bet 5 minutes till the top of the hour, we're going to take a brief break, and we're going to take an early call with one naturific champion in the white positive sphere, because he can't talk later. So we're going to be talking to him sooner, and I will send him the link here. And then we will return to our regularly scheduled programming. Quote, the beautiful thing with a strategy like this is we can make sure we are supporting all groups, except for white people, he said. It can be applied to our Islamic students as well. And it can be applied to our LGBTQ2 students as well, so that they feel supported. We got it. So it doesn't apply to white people. So all the white women there, I thought the white women were going to have a moment where they were going to say, oh, good, they're going to take care of all of us. I just feel so cozy inside. And no man is there to say, shut up. Shut up. Go back to taking care of like 9 and under, because that's where all the cozy and emotional stuff belongs. Maybe 7 and under. Go back to taking care. Yeah, 6 and under. We'll go a little lower. Go back to taking care of the 6 and under, because that's where all the cozy emotional stuff that has no sense or logic in it whatsoever, that's where it belongs. And it should never come out. But they're going to take care of all of us. You see, they just threw in that little tagline at the end that they're going to apply to all students. They didn't mention white people, dummy. Well, you get no sex. And I think on that note, we'll be right back.
Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being Have you noticed lately that the term anti-white is increasingly being used on social media, the news media, and even in politics? More and more people are beginning to correctly identify and name the various narratives and actions which bring harm to Western kind. But what's anti-white? It's obvious, isn't it? But within the term there's a wide range of questions and issues to be explored. And rather than wait for anti-whites themselves to muddy the waters with their own definition and narrative, we're asking you, as someone who cares for their people's well-being, to answer the question. What's anti-white? Why should people care about anti-whiteism? And what can be done about it? We'd like you to make a short video targeted at the general public to explore these questions in whatever style you feel most comfortable. Maybe you like to explain things plain and straight, or maybe you like to inspire people with songs or poems. Whatever your style, we'd love to hear from you, but we ask that you follow these simple guidelines. It must be family friendly, it must be short and engaging, it must not vilify specific groups, please avoid copyrighted footage or music. The creator whose video is voted most effective by the viewers will win
a small prize.
And it's sure to be a hard call since some of the greatest content creators have already agreed to participate, including No White Guilt, Intellectual Embargo, White Art Collective, Laura Tower, Brant Danger, Yiz, Semio God, Sam Millia. And of course, both organisers will upload an entry through their respective channels, Jubilation Media and West Bend Media. Whether you're a beginner or experienced content creator, we'd love you to join us. So get working on a video and upload it by
July the 25th.
And be sure to notify an organiser so it can be mirrored on a dedicated channel where all the entries can be viewed in one place. So let's work together to boost the concepts of anti-white and anti-whiteism and bring an end to the harm that's being inflicted on our people. Links and information will be in the description below, and feel free to ask any questions you may have. We look forward to seeing your creations.
All right, we're going to actually have the great Nate Arivic join us at around 7. That's when he will be with us. I want to quickly take a look at the news of the guns. What are they doing with the guns? And we have here a gun deal looks imminent, according to Politico. Can everybody still hear me okay? Incoming. We could have the framework of a Senate deal on gun reform announced as soon as today. That is this day right here. Folks, they want your right to self-defense real bad. And they want that right to self-defense because if you don't have the tools for your self-defense, then they can do whatever they want to you. And we just spent nearly an hour talking about the kinds of things that they want to do to you, our children, our future, our destiny, our creations. And because of the power that they now wield, this hegemony that they have over Western kind, they are moving quickly to do all of this. I'm going to go ahead and share right now the one thing maybe I should do right at the very beginning. Yes, I will. People do not talk about this, and I'm going to go ahead and mention it again. I've mentioned it a number of times over the years of live streaming, many more times in the past, giving public speeches and the like at meetings and conferences. And for some reason, it just doesn't seem to take. I hope you people, since this is the advanced placement class, unfortunately, we aren't in this Essex County where I would promptly be fired for just being white, not to mention caring about white people and not just putting all the focus on the non-white students. And by the way, I want the non-white students to do well, of course, but not at the expense of my people. And that is my firm stance. There's no moving me from there. When it comes to the tool of self-defense, today, in an age where there are firearms, the tool of self-defense is a firearm. Some people will argue that it's not about self-defense. It's about protecting yourselves from tyranny. Folks, that's self-defense. That is self-defense. People conflate things. They conflate self-defense with just protecting you from the friendly local rapist. But no, It is not just the friendly local rapist that you are protecting yourself from. It is the less than friendly rapist that lives in DC and New York and these places that rule over the rest of Western civilization. So you're protecting yourself in one way or another. The founding fathers of the United States put this into the Constitution and speech, because they knew that these things were necessary for the population to defend itself against the government. And what is the government? It is a fictional entity that is composed of people that only exists because people populate it. So this is a very silly thing. And I get that, I understand a lot of people, they sort of fall short. They sort of struggle with some of these ideas. And I understand. I empathize with your suffering. But the government is people. And it isn't a document. It isn't a building or set of buildings. It's people. And you are defending yourselves against the people. The founding fathers knew that you needed the right to speak. And they knew that you needed the right to physically defend yourself. By the way, you hear people like Biden making these erroneous claims all the time. This absolute, I think I'm going to start getting really vicious with the way I talk about him, especially since the Democrats are bailing on him, since he is such a complete and total brain dead imbecile. And they are bailing on him left, right, and center. And even our friend Lexi, as high flying as she is on her morality, I'm sure, she's said that she's not going to support him, I believe, as well. They make these erroneous claims about the founding fathers never thought or believed you could buy a cannon or this or that. Yeah, you can. Yeah, they did. You can buy a cannon today. This is the only way they can make these statements is because of ignorance. And how can they get away with there being ignorance? Because they stop people from speaking. Now, I've helped a lot of you out by telling you that the right to speak is the right to hear. And so when the anti-whites, and I'm going to be sharing this Tuesday, I will share with you on Jason Goes Political at 7 p.m., I will share with you all my remedy to censorship across the West. If I were in office, this is what I would do. I'll share that on Tuesday. Make sure you're there, 7 p.m. Eastern time. But they can only get away with people being ignorant because they have stopped your ability to communicate with them. They have stopped us from speaking to each other almost entirely. And they only allow a little bit of communication so as to give you the impression that no one cares about what you have to say. It is psychological warfare, Stasi style. Just remember that. And even when you get shunted off to these other platforms, it's still at work. Rest assured. Having said that, the right to self-defense in the United States is the last, how do I want to say this? Is the last bulwark against a tyranny the world. Did you hear what I just said? Not just the United States, the world will ever see. If you thought what they did in Cambodia, in China, in Soviet Russia, if you thought that what they did there was bad, what Western civilization, now dominated by anti-whites, will do across the West, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK, in every country across the West, the things that they will do to the populations, in my opinion, of course, it's all my opinion, and sometimes I'm just joking, but the things that they will do will be worse than everything you have ever read or heard happening anywhere on planet Earth at any point. I mean, you can go back to, most people don't even realize, what was the most ruthless, bloodthirsty ruler of all time? What was her? Rama Bologna, something weird like that. It will make like what she did look like child's play, absolute child's play. But you say, I'm in Italy. Why will it matter? I'm in Switzerland. Why will it matter if the people in the United States lose their right to self-defense by way of all of these little abridgments of the Second Amendment until there's nothing left, just chipping and chipping and chipping away at it. Because they don't want, the anti-whites, the anti-white oligarchs, they don't want another Germany in the United States this time. They don't want another Germany in Germany. They don't want another Germany in Italy. They don't want countries of the West to see what they do and be able to resist. So, in the United States, if anti-white oligarchs decided, well, in the UK, we're fed up, we're just going to go ahead and start liquidating mass numbers of these people in one form or another. We're just going to start killing off people. We're just going to start jailing people like there is no tomorrow. What would happen in the United States? Every patriotic and even mildly lukewarm nationalist would pick up their firearms, and the rule by the anti-whites in the United States would be over like that. And then, once the United States was in the hands of people other than anti-white oligarchs, in possession of radiological, chemical, biological weapons, the anti-whites around the world would have a hard time dealing with the fallout, literally and figuratively. Do you get it now? Once the United States is deprived of the right to self-defense, anti-whites all over the world will begin, in the Western countries, the blackest tyranny the world has ever known. So once again, if you're a Frenchman and you think, doesn't matter to me what happens in the U.S. with their right to self-defense, you better think again, my friend. If we lose the right to self-defense here, you will be put in camps. You will end up dead. You will end up jailed for your life for saying the slightest thing against anti-whiteism. One of those, some of those, all of those, some version of that, in my opinion, will be your outcome. Here we have incoming. We could have the framework of a Senate deal on gun reform announced as soon as today. CNN's Dana Bash bashing the white race over the head with Manu Raju, what is it? Report. It would just be an agreement in principle from the clutch of Senate negotiators without many details yet, but such an announcement would still represent a breakthrough on an issue where progress has eluded lawmakers for years. The four lead negotiators have been talking all weekend and are hoping to nail down the backing of 10 Republicans before announcing what's in what they plan on moving forward. It'll have to go back to the House. The House will have to look at it because they've changed it radically. It says changes in the background check system, money to incentivize state-level red flag laws, mental health funding, school security funding, and more. And of course, you might say to yourself, well, all that's fine. Well, it's not. Some of it is really not. What's out is raising the age to purchase semi-automatic weapons. For those of you out there who are ignorant about what a semi-automatic weapon is, it is merely the ability to pull the trigger and then pull the trigger again. They make it sound far scarier. It sounds far scarier when you don't know. An assault weapons ban is also out. And it says more far-ranging gun restrictions are also out. No more chipping away at the right to self-defense. The problem, of course, is not the tool, just like the problem is not the automobile. When some anti-white bastard runs over people at a parade, a bunch of white people there to kill white people. It's not the car. We don't need to start banning cars. The problem is the anti-white behind the wheel. We can solve issues without having to resort to, of course, getting rid of something that has, when properly used, no threat whatsoever. So let's go ahead. We're going to jump into the Going Free lesson of the day, and I'm going to see what you all are saying. Take a look at the financial gifts, and we'll be right back. All right, we got one over here over on Entropy. Thank God he's around. One of the truest of champions, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get out the 07s, please. Raucous emojis for Dude Bro Moment, who just financially gifted $50. 50 $50. God bless you, man. He says for white well-being, and the $50 that he is financially gifting here is a testimonial to the success of the practice of going free and how it changes lives. We have wildly already influenced society with these concepts, and the influence continues. The influence of individual lives, of families, and the children that are being raised in those environments who are now inoculated against anti-whiteism and continue to be so. That what kind of lives will they end up living, and the kind of families that they will raise, and positions that those people will hold, and the positions that people currently hold that we are now reaching with these concepts, because they make sense, because it's easy to pick up, because it's easy to reproduce, because it's a curative contagion. That's why he gives a testimony in the form of $50. Dude Bro Moment. Really, God bless you, and great to see you, dear brother. Over here on D Live, hello to everybody. Let's see, Spartan is over there saying, he says over there that it's always hilarious when anti-whites say Islamic and LGBTQ2 in the same sentence. Yes, as though they're going to get along. Hello to everybody over there on Odyssey. So that was D Live and Odyssey, Popcorn Power, and nobody is over there. Great to see you. And let's have a look over here at Cash App, and we will refresh, say hello to everybody in the YouTube chat, see how you all are doing. And we have right up front our dear sister, dear sister, I love Jesus Christ, financially gifting $10. God bless you, sister. I really appreciate you. And she writes here for white well-being. Amen to that. Always here, always a champion. And right behind that champ is another Yiz the Eunuch and Unifier over there with a $5 financial gift. I hope you're doing better and feeling better, good sister. And we look forward to your show tomorrow. And For Null has a show tomorrow. Make sure you catch them both, and they'll tell you the times of their shows in the live chat. $5 financial gift. She writes here for weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Amen, champ. And great to see you. Thank you very much. I see our dear sister Euro Yankee is here. So is Coconut. Champ Franklin is with us. Bryce is here. No White Guild Clips is also here. Art Acrobats. Dan Storm is here. And Euro Yankee Elaine Sabatino. Great to see you. The one and only Brant Danger. Right at the very beginning, I want to bring attention, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get a round of raucous emojis for a handwritten note. It was just passed to me. That's like, this place is just like a newsroom. Just passed to me. I want to get a big, raucous round of emojis and 07s for Promethean Promulgation, who, I am told by HB 2014, is the hands-down champion for reposting clips. He reposts everything. What are you doing for white well-being? You say, well, I'm not good at getting into the trenches and battling it out with people on the different social media. I'm not good at making videos. I'm not good at making audio. I'm not good. Can't go out and put and post leaflets here and there around town. Just too scared to do that. Don't have the time to do that. Maybe too old to do that. Everyone can repost. It's very easy. Build yourself up an audience as best you can. Doesn't have to be a lot. Repost the magnificent creations of HB 2014, No White Guilt Clips, and others when they make them. And that Promethean Promulgation we recognize for his championship efforts to spread the good work that we're doing here in service to white well-being. It can't just be the several handfuls of us who are going to be the most active. We all have to get involved here. The great For Null is with us. And there is dear Ladybug is with us. Hello there, young lady. And Horatius, hello to you. Mr. Fookers, hello and welcome. Eugene is here. Welcome to you. Tell all your friends. We're having fun. Tony is here. And just scrolling along, folks, and saying hello. Davey is here. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. No White Guilt. Promethean Promulgation is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, here, the champion, as well as we celebrate that hero in our midst. Jennifer is here. Great to see you, dear lady. We are the remnants with a little clown face. Yes, we are in clown world, the anti-white clown world. When all the little clowns run out and they get in their little car, and that actually looks very similar to kind of things that we see when neighborhoods begin to change. And then, like the horror movie, they come out of the clown car and they're wielding tools of death. And aren't you happy you still have your tool of self-defense? Mrs. Jess Horst, the great first last side-by-side. That's like a supernova taking place here, ladies and gentlemen. Simon JJ, the Woodlander. Popcorn Power over here as well. Great to see you both places. Like an atom, bifurcating, coming back together. Anglo-Saxon, Argon. It was at Athos, is that what that was? Went by, hello to you. And don't see any tags yet, don't see any tags. Based in Red Pilled is here. Private Life. Spider. The Modern Monarchist is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome, good brother. A rising star. Rory Herbert is here, and hello to you. And thank you all for participating and giving salutes. Hyperborean Dream is here. And raucous emojis, that's what we need to be doing for each other. Make sure you participate. This is going to be the most important part of the gathering today, and that is the Going Free lesson of the day, ladies and gentlemen, as we near the bottom of the hour, about 9.5 minutes to the bottom of the second hour. Our Going Free lesson of the day is page 153, second edition, iteration 2, page 153, page 153. The elect, the vague, and the victimizer. Do you know what those things are in the practice of going free? Why engage in the practice of going free? Just like a general up front. A boy with no face is here. Great to see you. Still going to be covering Patriot Front in a bit. You'll have to stick around if you want to know what we're going to say about Patriot Front and their 31 arrests in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Why are the lenses that you are equipped with in the practice of going free? Why are these lenses important? Why is it valuable to view the world through the lenses provided by the practice? The practice is not just some arbitrary thing. The practice here is not some guy decided to write a book and he just gave his opinion. I know a bunch of folks in the white sympathetic sphere, they think that's the case. And Anglo says, Jason looking sharp. Thank you, my dear brother. I'll make sure you are on the panel when I am in a beauty contest. Artificer is here, says, what's up? Got a couple items coming your way, brother. Well, thank you. I will keep an eye out for that or those things. Why is it important? I know a lot of people think that some guy decided to write a book. Well, no, the guy wrote it. There's another book in the white sympathetic sphere. And some guy gave his opinion. And so I'll just have a quick little through it, and then it's going to go into my shelf, and I won't look at it again. And then I'll get on to the next book of what other guy's next opinion might be. That's not exactly what's taking place here with the practice of going free. Very long ago, I decided, I'm just going to make this brief. I decided that we needed to go as a white sympathetic sphere a different direction. We had to put the objective of our well-being at the forefront. I identified that other objectives were being pursued, and that those objectives were pursued because there was a God of gaps belief that if those objectives were achieved, by the way, those objectives were impossible to achieve, and the people who pursued them could not articulate them. They believed that there was a God of gaps moment where somehow those objectives achieved would benefit Western kind. That I found to be reprehensible. Indeed, one of our very best, one of our brightest, Jared Taylor, made clear when Donald Trump was elected that his organization, American Renaissance, he said many times, and I think a lot of people didn't really put two and two together though, that what he believed he had been doing for all of those years was keeping a record of our resistance so that the people who come after us, after it's all lost, would see that there was sanity. Those are his words while Donald Trump was in office. And he contrasted that with his feeling and opinion while Donald Trump was in office, which was that now we might actually achieve something. Well, regrettably, we didn't. And Donald Trump found his way out of office really quick because a businessman is not what the West needs. And Andrew Jackson is what the West needs. And so I decided we had to go a different way. And I explored many people, wise, intelligent, educated, all of the above, one of the above, two of the above. I explored their thinking. I explored what was working, what wasn't working. I then used reason and logic and invested a number of my own ideas. I then went out into the field with my own ideas and those that I was gleaning from others and subjected them to actual experiments in town after town in Virginia. Even made the, not quite foolish, I mean, I had to learn, mistake of going and speaking with a police chief in one of those cities. Won't do that ever again. And experimented with the literature, with the slogans, with the concepts that were being used, and then committed myself over all of these long years to improving and sharpening the practice. And every time that somebody has come along and has had a great idea, and if we experiment with it and it works, it then gets included. So this is not just some guy sat down and gave his thoughts. This is decades of effort that continues to get sharper by way of the scientific method. And we see the proof everywhere we look. That doesn't mean you have to give up, at least when you're getting started in the practice, everything that you were doing before. It doesn't mean you have to stop calling the right away, that you have to stop calling the anti-whites by the names of their taking. But you will probably come to the conclusion after engaging in the practice for some time that it is unwise to give them the names of their taking. And it is unwise to take the names of their giving. They elect the vague and the victimizer. The anti-white chooses to be anti-white. We do not make that decision for him. We merely recognize the choice. There are many reasons why. And if you have questions about this as we're working, tag me as No White Guilt, and I'll try to get to those questions. I'll try to get to a clarification. You have a specific case you want to ask about, whatever it might be, tangentially related, not related at all, this specific item, but other items in the practice, let me know. Everybody who financially gifts will absolutely have their question or comment read. There are a number of reasons why, and we regrettably don't have time to stop and squat in each of these sentences and go through all of the reasons. But I will tell you that there are reasons why you recognize the decision of an individual, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. You recognize their decision to be anti-white. We do not name anti-whites. We recognize the decision made by others concerning themselves. No person or group of people is anti-white by way of immutable characteristics, such as race and sex. Rather, choosing to think anti-white thoughts, act in anti-white ways, or participate in anti-white ideologies or strategies makes one anti-white. As well-being advocates, we recognize the choices people make relative to our well-being. People who choose to serve white well-being, I prefer to call us the elect, because we are electing ourselves. Those who choose to be anti-white are victimizers, and everyone else who has not made a choice relative to white well-being is a vague. Why do we call them vagues? Why do we call anti-whites victimizers? The reason we call the anti-whites victimizers is because they are victimizing us. We want them to be identified for the egregious act that signifies exactly what they are. I don't care if they have a penchant for hang gliding. I don't care. I don't care if they worship a certain way. I don't care if they like to kiss a certain ass. I don't care. What I care about is what they do with their energies and thoughts relative to the well-being of our people, Western kind. And if they are harming us, they are victimizers. I will toss in here, why don't we call them enemy? Because the name and identifier enemy implies and signifies that there is some level of a mutual ability to inflict harm, commensurate ability to inflict harm on one another. We are not in that state. We cannot harm the anti-whites. They dominate everything. They dominate the political parties. They dominate the news and entertainment media. They dominate universities. We can't harm them. We can't shut them down. We are more in the position of an abducted child with an adult that has more strength, more knowledge, etc., and is victimizing us. We want to make that clear, that that's what's taking place. You call them what they're doing, and there are hidden premises in there that they end up having to accept when they decide to engage you in the story that you choose to live in. We call everyone else a vague because their views often are vague to themselves. You'll ask them, are you this? Are you that? Do you believe in this? You've seen these as we hit the bottom of the hour, second hour. You've seen these man on the street, and they'll go up and they'll say, who did you vote for? Did you vote for Biden? Yes, I voted for Biden. Did you vote for him because, and then they'll have given Trump policies, and they'll say, yes, that is the reason. Mm-hmm. And then the person will be like, and do you also eat dog food? And they're like, yes, we eat dog food. So they're vague even to themselves, most of them, but they're certainly vague to us. We don't know. You see a person out on the street? Well, that's not always true. Sometimes you can really tell an anti-white, can't you? They're just like hideous. You could tell their soul is rotting inside their bodies. They are gross. And very often you smell them before you see them. Particularly the wall Martian type. Sick. Anyhow, they're vague, generally speaking. Why don't we call them normies? Because you cannot disassociate subconsciously normal from normie. You classify yourself as abnormal, and abnormal subconsciously for you is negative. It is negative for all of us. So we are the ones who are bright enough to take control by way of our conscious mind. That's how this is like the opposite of the practice, is the opposite of any sort of cultish behavior, because we are requiring you to think for yourself. We are requiring you to use your conscious mind to observe and dominate to the best of your ability, your subconscious mind. That means we have to accept a fact. Just as you accept that your breathing will take place and your heart will beat and so many other processes while you sleep, you have to accept that the subconscious mind dominates our lives. So we accept that the subconscious mind will provide us with the emotions and will provide us with the understanding of what normal and abnormal really is, even if in any particular moment we can say that abnormal is cool. You know damn well that if you're saying abnormal is cool and your doctor then says your cancer results are abnormal, you're not going to be confused, not even for a second, right? Because the conscious mind is a bitch to the subconscious mind. The context by which you live your life is located in the subconscious mind, and the anti-white oligarchs know this. It's time for you to know it as well. Let's move on to the glossary. We're going to jump into, I think we'll jump into the glossary from time to time for these terms that are useful. Now, we are trapped in the anti-white narrative. It is fictionalized. You could call it fictionalized reality. In fact, maybe do, because that sounds good. Somebody write that down for me. Fictionalized reality. Because the anti-whites will take what's happening in the real world and they will either ignore it, bury it underfoot, or they will write it into the sky. And the reason for that is, does it conform to or does it contradict their anti-white narrative? So it's not real. You have not been living in the real world your whole life. Moreover, not only are you living in a fictionalized reality, but because of the subconscious mind absorbing and remembering everything it takes in without any awareness of what is real and what is fiction, all of your fiction is dominating the universe that you live in. So you have learned in fiction. That's how you can go to an anti-white and say, why do you think we need to do this, implement this anti-white strategy at this school? Well, because white people are murdering non-white people every single day in this country. Oh, really? How many do you think? Well, like 200 a day. Really? Have you ever looked at any data? No. Okay. Where do you get this information that 200 white people or 200 non-white people are murdered every day by white people because the non-white people are non-white? Well, you see it in all the shows. They will absolutely tell you positively, without any shame whatsoever, that a thing is real because it was in a movie, because it's been in 10, because it's been in 2,000 iterations of the same anti-whiteism in their entertainment over the course of their lives, where their minds, subconscious mind, could not tell the difference, where they live their lives, all of us, in the subconscious mind. So you're living this fictionalized reality as well. And so when people choose to be in this fiction as a villain, you hear us refer to them as villains. They play the villain, we say. We also call them antagonists. Just as in a movie or book, any fiction out there, you have your antagonist. There is a role in the anti-white narrative for the antagonist. And we see good people give themselves over to this antagonistic role in the anti-white narrative. So this is playing the villain, assuming the forms, language, and appearance of the bad guy in the anti-white narrative, the antagonist. And it would probably useful to add to truncate this maybe to antag, like skin tag. That's gross, right? You got to go and have that thing lasered off because it's growing off of your cheek and it's hideous, or have a rat gnaw it off. But the antag, because we talk a lot about the cult nats, for example, and the cult nats are people who are anti-nationalist AntNats who end up deciding to attack, and we're going to talk briefly about that in just a bit as well. Coming up to the top of the hour, where we will speak with Nate Horrific briefly for some news he wants to share with us about the outreach team and some other exciting things that they have going on. But we have the cult nats, but there are other types of antagonists in the anti-white narrative. There are these other, you can think of like the militia groups, for example, and they've been given movies to look at, and they see in these movies the villains who will, and they've seen it on television, the fictionalized reality as well. They see them get together and they've got all of their guns and they just look the part. I remember, this just came back to me, it was like 10 years ago at least, somewhere between 10 and 15 years ago, a group popped up and Alex Jones showed them on a video, and he reached out to them and told them, you all are feds unless you get rid of all the masks. They actually appeared on video with masks on, and they looked like the Arab terrorist quasi-military groups in the Middle East, where they were appearing on camera. They had their guns, and there was like one guy that had a gun and then two guys behind him that had guns, and they were actually making videos. Does anybody remember this group? And Jones was like, you all are feds. This is it's such a Fed-looking operation. Unless you get rid of all of this, the guns and the masks and all this, looking as demonic as possible and demanding the right to the Second Amendment, demanding that right stay in place, demanding that we have our First Amendment rights put back in place after all of the censorship that was taking, that the anti-whites were inflicting on us. So, in other words, associating the things that good people care about with these monsters from this narrative that just slaughter, this anti-white narrative that just slaughter people. And you've got to call it the anti-white narrative. You've got to call it its name, because if you don't, then you have not empowered yourself and your audience. You've got to call it the anti-white narrative. You can't say their narrative. You can't say the narrative. You can't, none of these other constructions. You've got to call it the anti-white narrative. Your brothers and sisters out there need to hear it as the anti-white narrative. If you say to them, this narrative, the media's narrative, the Democrats' narrative, you have done not, in fact, you have harmed them. So there are these others out there who are antagonists, and maybe we could shorten it to antags when we see them show up. There were a bunch of them in the form, or led rather, by a pants pisser and his sock puppet Red Helmet. And they got a bunch of good people involved in what was clearly an operation of the antags, promising violence, promising that something called the right would win any sort of altercation. Stay away from that. Let's get to the MPs. I haven't heard that news. You are getting your news from questionable websites. Meme pathogen. Have any of you faced this meme pathogen? Let me see what you all are saying as we crawl up to about 19 and a half minutes left before we take a short break. No White Guilt Clips asking, how do you CCD, the MC? This is confront, challenge, and dispel. When you get into the practice, you'll read about confronting, challenging, and dispelling meme pathogens in your environment. So you've got to confront them, you've got to challenge them, and thereby dispel them. So this is something that can even take place in your mind completely. He's asking specifically about the MP that whites are not as cool as non-whites. Specifically when it comes to CCDing, you want to create a statement of your own, or you can look into, and thank you for the question, No White Guilt Clips. look into the MCs that are in, because we have meme curatives that are in the back of Go Free that you can build off of to create your own challenging statement to this MP that white people are not as cool as non-whites. You want to make it a statement that utterly turns back what thought went through your head. If this is, I'm thinking about it, brother, just being like the thought goes through your head. Maybe you see some non-whites out on out at maybe a beach somewhere on the boardwalk, and I don't know, maybe they're playing some of their music, and this is given to us by the anti-white entertainment media as the epitome of what is cool today, right? So you don't want to say, when you see this, to properly confront, challenge, and dispel CCD, you don't want to say they're not as cool as I'm told, because that's not going to do it, right? You want to say something that absolutely turns back. So you might say, and it's got to work for you personally. It's got to be believable for you personally. It's got to be antithetical to that statement that ran through your mind, coming up from your subconscious mind as a consequence of being infected by anti-whiteism. So it might be something like, of course the anti-whites, you start off with something, the construction like this. Of course the anti-whites say that these non-whites are cool because they hate white people. And then you follow the construction because you want to turn this completely back over on the thought that's going in your head, brought up by your subconscious mind, delivered there by anti-whiteism over the course of your life, not a thought of your own. And remember this, the earlier you learn these things, the more they feel like they're part of your own thinking, the more they feel like they're part of your own identity. So don't ever confuse it as something you own and you possess. It's something that you were infected with. So then you take it to the next level. You could say what they're doing is absolutely, whatever it might be, absolutely the height or the peak of degeneracy. What they're doing is absolutely bestial, is whatever it might be, to turn it back utterly. And anyone who would say otherwise, anyone who would laud this as cool, is either anti-white and they want to be anti-white, or they are infected with anti-whiteism and convinced to think that whatever this might be that they're doing out there on the boardwalk is something that's cool. And in another environment, one in which we control our own destiny, those same white people would think that it is repulsive, just as we think it is. So it's a countervailing statement that you have to make. So you could look that up. What exactly does that mean? You want to turn back the thought that came through your head. That's a great question. Thank you for that, brother. First Lady of the American Theater is with us. Great to see you, sister. And Your Yankee says, can you do the going free lesson at the beginning of the stream? I can consider that, and we'll see what other people think. If that is are you suggesting that because you think that more people will stick around longer if I do that? I mean, what's the reasoning for it? Thank you for the suggestion, though. See if I missed anybody else. All right. I haven't heard that news. So we hear this MP often. Anti-whites will say to us, vagues in our lives who are trying to resist having their opinion, their anti-white opinion changed, or they're trying to resist because they're saying to themselves, nobody else thinks that. Everybody else is anti-white, even if they won't say anti-white, right? They'll say everybody. So I'm not going to agree with you, or don't say that. If we start talking about it, then others outside of our friendship or our brotherhood or our marriage or whatever it might be, they'll find out we think like this, and they'll find out I think like this, and I don't want people to think because I don't want to be ostracized, whatever it might be, right? They'll say, I haven't heard that news. You are getting your news from questionable websites. Here's an MC that you can work with. Quote, I see you are only getting your news from your tiny slice of anti-white news sources, and you don't look at anything else. And you clearly don't think for yourself. So what you want to do here, again, this is a similar scenario. You want to absolutely turn back the comment, you don't want to be in a defensive position. You want to be in an offensive position mentally. I see you are only getting your news from your tiny slice of anti-white news sources, and you don't look at anything else. And you clearly don't think at all for yourself. Because if you did, you would see that what you are echoing is nonsense. What you are echoing, what you are repeating, is victimizing Western kind when you're saying you want to do right by everybody else. We also have today, we wanted to touch upon, I can't be anti-white because I am white. Therefore, my anti-white criticisms are legitimate. That is Bravo Sierra, of course. We've all probably heard that. And what we suggest in return when people say this is, and it has worked for me, God knows how many times, you can't be anti-white just like you can't be, I'm sorry, let me start again. You can't be anti-white just like an American can't hate being an American. A brunette can't hate being brunette. A fat person can't hate being fat. It shuts them up immediately. Immediately. I've never had an issue with it. And I suggest that you try that out when you face the MP from an anti-white or vague saying that they can't be anti-white because they are white. What they're trying to say there, of course, is that their criticisms or their suggestions or whatever it might be is valid because they're white. But of course, and these anti-white criticisms and anti-white suggestions, but of course, a Catholic can hate being Catholic. When you mock it, you turn around, you're like, oh, I guess Catholics can't hate being Catholic, and fat people can't hate being fat. Americans can't hate being an American. I bet you're an American who hates being an American. And immediately shuts them up and makes them look like a fool. And then you could follow it up with, you need to stop trying to conceal how anti-white you are, you POS. If you like, that's an option. Dude Bro Moment here with a great suggestion. A blind person can't hate being blind. Yeah, just like a blind person can't, a person with cancer can't hate having cancer. You're white, so therefore you can't hate being white. All right. With 9.5 minutes left, we are going to get into Prometheus Rising, a short reading from Prometheus Rising, and then we're going to talk to our good friend Naderific after a short break. And this is 8.5, the Promethean Paradise. And what has happened here in this part of the story, if you haven't read it, I strongly encourage you to read it. This is not just some sort of fiction for the shit of it. The entirety of Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, is written to be didactic for our people. It is educating you about who we are. It is educating you on a spiritual level about how we are attacked and undermined by forces around us. And thereby, it empowers. It is a product of our spirit of the West. And so it is as valuable as anything written by anyone hundreds, thousands, 10,000s of years ago, because that same biospirit is inside of you. Do not fall a prey. Please, do not fall a prey. Well, I guess let me finish that thought. The same spirit that's in, the same biospirit that's inside of you, that spirit of the West, which, depending on the person, can be stronger or weaker. That is true. But do not fall prey to charlatans coming forward and talking about documents that are however old, and they are going to be there to interpret them for you. Regrettably, there are no documents for the white race that specifically detail in a way that is even remotely useful for our people today how we can live, how we can survive the challenges of today. Now, charlatans will say that they can tell you They can interpret for you other writings and things of this nature. But trust me, I have been attending many of these, and if you need, please go look for yourself. But I have been involved deeply for a very long time in the white sympathetic sphere in many different circles. And I can tell you that some of the most asinine things that I have heard about actions and that we can take, about ideas or interpretations of who and what we are, about how we can interpret our world today and survive and triumph against our challenges today. I can tell you that some of the most asinine, some of the most fantastical and childish come from people who have claimed to be interpreting something that is supposedly representative of our people from some other era. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't wonderful people in all circles. There certainly are. And they are wonderful, and they will be the first ones to tell you that they can only tell you so much, that they can only honestly go so far. But that does not stop. And in fact, there were quite a lot of movements that were getting rolling across the West, and that could have been, to a degree, not this degree, I'm afraid, but to a degree helpful, that were immediately just taken over by people of another race, and then steered those things to mean something very different. If you can take a document, if you can take a set of ideas and steer it another direction to make it detrimental, as these folks have done, then you are dealing with something that is inherently flawed. If it's that easy to make something that's supposedly beneficial to Western kind and make it detrimental, you can't do that with this. Impossible. Moreover, where are the authors? Where are the thinkers? It's always somebody that's gone and dead now and can't give, you can't know him or her by the fruits of their labors, but you can know me by the fruits of my labors. You can know the lifelong commitment that I have had and given to Western kind. My life absolutely given to Western kind. You can know that. And moreover, you can see that commitment moving forward to determine whether or not it is legitimate. 8.5, the Promethean Paradise. Prometheus, I rewrite the character of Prometheus. He has created the Promethean race, which is us in this story. And he created them in a beautiful valley called Cindelin's Vale. And they live there, and over this sort of infancy, as they begin to grow and thrive and explore themselves as well as their environment, a beautiful environment, he removes himself and speaks to them generally in dreams and from mists. And he specifically speaks more so to the elders. But he decides at some point that he will come and live among them as their creator and their king. And we are at that point in the story at 8.5. In the same wood where Prometheus sang to the Elawan, the gilded leaves of the woodland's canopy sailed atop shadowy seas, shade currents stroked by the wind's breath, probed by vines of amber light. Thus inhaled and exhaled the long years until, at length, the coming of the source drew nigh. By divine vision were the nine and the white council instructed to gather and set themselves upon the green sward, Illuminar. Though the edict went no further, none were deterred. Indeed, all of the Promethean nation assembled near the sward, there to witness the coming of the Lord. Late was the hour. Black was the firmament. Lustrous were the stars as on the night of awakening. None approached the limb of the forest wherein Prometheus had sung to his sleeping children, for they felt a power issuing from the night shadows therein, a power that lit fear and trepidation in measures no less then joy and anticipation. They stood in silence amid the silence of the night, their numbers covering the tors and the gullies and the groves nigh the sward, and edging the crystalline pools and fringing the quiet river. Their bodies were adorned in their finest raiment and jewelry, their faces beautiful and stern, many trembling, some with tears in their eyes. Most brought gifts of flowers and works of the hand, and others carried torches that glowed through the darkness, bathing themselves and the waters in light. A quiescence had come upon the world for which there was no rival, for there stirred naught but the cool of the night adrift on a breeze, wind wisps running their fingers through Promethean hair, mingling with the torch fires in Patriot. Thunder quivered the earth beneath their feet, and thence billowed the rumble of a terrible wrath. Sunder fissures on the slopes, and the distant sound of cascading rocks came falling to their ears. Breath seized in their chests as they reached into the night with eager eyes, contending with the shadows even as the last airborne stone trembled to silence. Distant came a resonant voice in song, clear and rich and infused with power, a haunting tune filling the void as wine the golden goblet, a night-clad melody that took wing and soared amidst the clouds, summoning memories deeper than thought. Suddenly, a presence amidst the trees, a knowing that no sign betrays, and then an unlight, as of a deep purple or darkness made visible, nigh imperceptible, buried in the depths of the wood like a shadow amongst the shadows. The host gasped, for this beacon was no phantom of a waking dream, but a thing as themselves, visible and living. And they watched as the unlight grew, rising as a black sun upon the dark waters, a bead in the depths, leaping and swaying, rendering itself with the power of a great storm advancing upon howling winds. Columns of unlight threw themselves between the trunks of the trees, night shadows as long stalks that swayed upon the grass. From the darkness of the wood there came the shimmer of mail, the gleam upon a breastplate, a rippling cape and an onyx flame caged in an iron torch, a human form, nigh tall as the trees, eyes luminous and sharpened by ancient betrayal. There, mounted on the brow of the form, were glistening spires of silver, ornately hewn and infused with a cryptic magic, casting beyond the pinnacles of the many spires the silvery fires of the midnight sky. A crown it was, without peer, for there blazed with the scintillation of 1,000 diamonds lit by the fires of 1,000 suns, the crown of stars. And striding forth upon the green sward before his beloved children, Prometheus Ithelia, High Lord and Maker of the Promethean nation. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Welcome to White Wellbeing. It was about a year ago from today when I had a friend of mine send me a link to Jason Kuna, also known as No White Guilt. I heard about the Go Free movement. I met these wonderful people who just had nothing but love in their hearts. I found myself being embraced and fitting in immediately. I had found my people. Now the way I write my music and embrace my fans is very similar to how the people going free have embraced me. And I hold the same moral values. Therefore, everyone is welcome to go free and everyone is welcome in the listening of this album. Regardless of your race, regardless of your partner's race, regardless of your religion, your gender, your sexual preference, or your location. And I truly appreciate anybody who walks with us on this journey to not only our well-being, but everybody's well-being. Go free from unnecessary guilt. Go free from the victim mentality. Go free from the fabricated indoctrination that has been planted upon us. Go free from hate. Go free from lack of love. Go free. I have put together an album of many different genres of music to uplift you. I hope this album gives you at least a tenth of the peace and security Going Free has given me. We all have our unique experiences on our journeys, so keep in mind we may feel differently, but we all have the same mission nevertheless. Because regardless of the different slang we use, or the beliefs we hold to us, I know we all lay awake some nights contemplating on those we can help. Go free. I never hate my race, but until recently I didn't know history class was jacked completely. Found my new family with the team going free. My old family doesn't understand me, cause I am so pro-white. No coke, no Sprite. I am rolling with the public, gonna be more white. I saw them twist history right before my very eyes. Insurrection Day, it's in the book and it's all lies. But now I am alive and well to tell it. But will generations down the line be able to sell it? I've always been a thinker on the search for both sides, but they label me an outcast and they cannot tell me why. Guess I'm just a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all to be red. I have to protect my family. So why does affirmative action make them not hire me? Even in the countries where I'm the minority. Is my race just that awesome and no other could compete? Is that what the anti-whites are trying to tell me? Why am I always seen as such a threat? To the point they want to strip me down till there's nothing left. Old friends from high school, man, I haven't kept one. But I got a new crew and it's where I belong. Cause if you ain't going free, you ain't rolling with me. And there are even anti-whites in my own family. But I am the one who's comfortable with myself, trying to save them from the hate so while they raising hell. Cause I'm the black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy, and I wouldn't change a thing if I ever had the choice. Cause the red's the color I bleed. Yes, we all to be red. I have to protect my family. So I heard that Scotland is too white, is Nigeria too black? Don't get your panties in a bunch, cause I have the right to ask. See, I'm the black sheep, cause I call it hypocrisy. And the media will give you emotions, but they will not give you honesty. Yeah, you have your feelings, but I have the crime rate. And I'ma shoot to kill if there's a danger my way. So I do not blame the cops, just the ones who are cowards, who hesitate to pull the trigger unless it is one of ours. Cause he's a black sheep, white boy who doesn't hesitate to make a lot of fucking noise. I'm the black sheep, white boy.
Let's get a big round of Brogus emojis for RC the Realist and this album that he's put together, 07's and some raucous emojis for this guy, please. I want you to reach out in love. I want you to let those brothers and sisters of mine debates, let them know that even though the anti-whites wield so much power, that we are winning every contest with them, and that it's only a matter of time. Tell them that they can be more than they are. Tell them that they can stand up for Western kind, Western civilization, and everyone who lives in Western civilization of all immutable characteristics. Tell them that there's a way that they can stand up for it in love, with the moral high ground. Be gentle with them at first. Coming out of a story that you thought was the real world is one of the hardest things that folks can do. If you go there with a true spirit and a true heart, with humility, you're going to win more souls than you'll ever turn away. And in the end, all of that will redound to the glory of our people and the reclamation of our destiny. Amen to that. And we are going to bring on right now, I hope you all could hear me asking for the 07s and raucous emojis for RC the Realist for that album. Right now we're going to bring on Naderific for his call. Hello, brother. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. How you doing?
I'm great, man. How have you been and what's on your mind?
I have been doing pretty well for the most part. I mean, I'm sure everybody's kind of facing some hard times right now with all the inflation stuff going on and all the fear mongering going on, right? Like they're going to take our guns away, China's going to invade, all this kind of stuff. According to CNN, of course, you have to or you have to ask them if it's true or not, right? But right. Yeah. So, I mean, other than just like the typical kind of bombardment of fear porn, things are going mostly well. The family's been sick recently, so if my voice goes out, I might have to take like a little break. I was talking today and I got a little frog in my throat and I had to take a little break. So I'm just warning you right now.
All right.
But I mainly just wanted to make an appeal for the outreach team. Because, you know, we're still everybody who's working on the outreach team is still putting in their weekly work. And we want to see if we can take things to another level. So I wrote up a little something that I wanted to share with the community.
Awesome.
All right. So we know that narrative control is a very powerful tool. Right now, it is a tool used pretty much exclusively by anti-whites. It may not be true, ask CNN, but some people believe that newspapers, radio shows, and movies were full of anti-German and anti-Japanese messaging in the 30s and 40s. Some folks think that ever since, all the news outlets have at the very least, gotten their instructions on what stories to cover and how to cover them from the same sources. Again, probably not true, ask CNN or Joe Biden, because that's where the real info is. More recently, there have been reports of massive amounts of bot accounts all over social media working to control the narrative. On Twitter, there have been users who have reported losing thousands of followers and up to 90% of their account engagement, as Twitter has worked to remove the bot accounts during the purchasing process with Elon Musk. Again, this is what they are saying. I'm not saying this. It's probably fake. Ask Joe Biden for the truth. The outreach team has encountered narrative control teams while conducting our campaign. On some sites, we face narrative control teams and moderators that are fully within the anti-white narrative. On these sites, it's nearly impossible to engage. We make a post, it's either automatically removed or it's removed in a few minutes later, or our accounts are banned entirely, even when we're using white positive language and concepts. On other platforms, though, a lot of the moderators have to maintain at least the appearance that the site is a free speech site. And on these sites, we mainly just are up against the narrative control teams. We have found that the narrative control teams do a few things. They post any kind of argument, even arguments that contradict each other in some ways, even comments that play the villain, but they all stay within the anti-white narrative. They will then mass upvote their comments to give them the appearance of popular consensus and boost their position in the chat to the top, making them more visible to the audience. They will also mass downvote comments that successfully counter them. Most of these successful countering comments are made by us, thanks to the Lexicon and MCs, and the team working together. The outreach team is, as it was originally intended, our very own white positive narrative control team. Being there to help each other in these online discussions and arguments makes a huge difference. A common example I've used to explain it simply is if you go into a bar and everyone is carrying on doing their own thing, and one guy comes up to you and says, hey, try this drink. Most people are going to look at the guy suspiciously and decline the offer. But if you go into a bar and a lot of folks are drinking the same beverage, and the guy comes up to you and says, hey, this drink is on special, it's pretty good. Even if it's the same exact bar, the same exact guy, the same exact beverage, you'll be way more likely to consider trying the drink. Well, we've got the drink. We've got the guy telling folks about the special, and we have folks with the drinks in hand, sitting in the seats, giving the appearance of popular consensus. What we need is more people so we can move the operation to more bars. Right now, we have a few dozen people on the main team putting in work week after week. We've got Biospirit of the West, Shauna, Southern Bloom, Hans Don, Alt Voices Portal, No White Guilt Clips, Joe Cool, Promethean Hyperborean, Lovely Porridge, Balder, No W Guilt, Patrick of Southtown, Smart Blonde, Jim Bob, as well as many other good folks putting in time and effort. And it's been a pleasure working with these good folks. Many have become friends. We would like to expand the operation to other platforms, but we just don't have enough operational members. Every time we open up a new operation on another site, it takes members away from the sites we're already active on. And that returns us back to pretty much being the guy in the bar awkwardly telling you to try the drink.
Yeah.
We are the only white positive narrative control team using the Lexicon and MCs. We have to do this. If we don't do this, no one else will. The Lexicon has made so much progress since we started working on the project. Now that it's being somewhat adopted by people with large audiences like Mark Dice and whatnot, this is not a sign that our mission is accomplished. This is a sign that that what we've been doing is working, and these people with larger audiences are now a stronger footing that we can continue to push from. I see it, with conservatives a lot. They'll finally get what seems like a win, like slightly lower taxes or more restrictions on border policy. And they'll celebrate and then sit back as if they've won and it's all good now. But what they need to do is use the new lower taxes and increase border restrictions as new grounds from which to push even further. The outreach team, wants to do that, to continue to push, to redouble our efforts. And it would be really great if we got some more help from the community in doing so. I reach out to people that I encounter online to ask if they'll join, but most people get on the team by emailing me, White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. It's all one word, no hyphens, no underscores, nothing. Just White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. One of the strongest messages that I got from you, Jason, is in a world of collectives, individualism is suicide. To me, going free is very much about changing the narrative. If more folks don't start voluntarily cooperating, if we don't keep actively working on the narrative control team, then the anti-white collective will continue on with its only opposition being the now universally despised nationalists from the past. I've encountered a few people online who aren't going free, but are white racially conscious people who don't embrace playing the villain. If you're listening and interested, reach out to me so we can talk about this. One major advantage that the anti-white narrative control teams have over us is that they all use similar language and arguments. They are collectivized in their narrative. We need to, and we can do the same thing so we don't end up arguing with one another, but instead keep the focus on opposing anti-whiteism and promoting white positivity and white well-being. We don't have a ton of time. Right now, there are platforms where we can use white positive language, but the time might come when all the sites completely reject any and all language and any and all arguments that aren't anti-white. The anti-whites wouldn't bother having narrative control teams if they didn't work, and they wouldn't have them if their grip on the narrative was invulnerable. Join the White Wellbeing Outreach team, and let's work together to push back against the anti-whites now while we still can, before it's too late.
Magnificently said, splendidly said. This is a call to action, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to get a big round of raucous emojis and 07s, my personal salute to everyone on the outreach team who they've collaborated, they've worked together, everybody named, and I don't know if there was anybody that had to go unnamed because they don't want to even be named. Everyone named and unnamed, please let's celebrate these people, because this is what's actually changing the world for the better. This is what's changing our world for the better, so that our children live someplace better than we've had to live, so that there's an opportunity for us to live in a world better than we had to grow up in. None of these other things have been accomplishing anything. For all the arguments that folks can make about, well, this is the only way to go, or this is the way to go, and they can make, maybe they can make great arguments, maybe bad arguments, whatever it might be. These other things have been around for a long time. There hasn't been a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us until now, until the practice of going free. That's just a reality. And these champions here working collectively, and we have to work together. Now, I know there are some others. There's some others that are doing really great work individually, independently. Some of them are still very much afraid of yesteryear and being in different circles and being involved in things where people got arrested and spend decades in life, and they don't want any communication with anybody. They just want to go out there and they just want to participate now that they are focused on love rather than the focus where they were before. And they're out there doing magnificently. We have already changed, and it's this group of people, immense change, Leviathan change. What is taking place in society? Conversations are absolutely changed night and day, making other conversations now possible that weren't possible before. Concepts possible, conversations at water coolers for people that you will never know, possible that were not possible before. Political conversations that were not possible before. And it's all because of the folks here and also those who are working in private in pushing these concepts, our story, our narrative, out into the world. Nate did a magnificent job explaining this. If you are somebody who would like to change the world for the better, if you want to be the struggle, embrace the struggle, as I used to say, and I'm going to start saying again, because that's what it's all about. It's about the work. If you want, it's like being a farmer. If you want to embrace the planting of the food, the hoeing of the fields, etc., the turning over of the crops, etc. If you want to be able to eat next season, if you want to be able to have a destiny for Western kind that isn't sanguinary, isn't covered in blood in the years to come, you're going to have to get involved. And this is the place to do it. These are good people. Nothing is illegal that they're doing. Nothing is immoral that they do. You can get involved and be a moral actor, a change agent, embracing the struggle, being the struggle, and making a difference in our world. And your time is of value that you give, because the tools that you will be implementing have already worked. They're working. They just need more folks. We need more people to get on board and do this ASAP. And thanks to Nate, and thanks to every single person involved in this. And God bless you, brother. And what else do you want to share? I've definitely shared that address again. And folks, the address is in the description below as well. It's in the description of all my videos for some time back now. So you can reach out to these people, but make sure you give that again. And then, Nate, the floor is yours.
Yeah, it's the White Wellbeing Outreach Team at protonmail.com. All one word, no spaces, no nothing. Just just White Wellbeing Outreach Team at Proton Mail. And I want to address a couple of the things that you just mentioned about, people being afraid to get involved or whatever. On the team, you don't have to, on the outreach team, you don't have to give us your personal information at all. You don't have to give us your real name, your age, where you live, none of that. All we generally ask when you contact us is who you are in the live stream chats. So we can put, a connection to, oh yeah, I recognize you from the group. And if you're someone we don't recognize, someone who's maybe a wallflower or someone who's new or just someone who just randomly heard this, what we would do is bring you on to a less vital group, and just work with you from there and see how you do, see if you're a good part of the team, see if you conduct yourself within the Go Free standards. And if you are, after a little while, then we'll bring you on to the big group. So you don't have to give us your name. You don't have to give us your phone number. None of that. We don't know. There's people on the team. We have no idea who they are other than their screen name. But we do see them in the campaigns, making their comments, giving their upvotes and things like that. So we can tell if they're doing things correctly, if they're doing things the right way. If you let's say you don't want to go out and be making comments in these different comment sections and whatnot, we need people to make accounts and give us likes. So what we would do, for example, if we're doing a campaign on a platform, we'll take the link to the exact chat where we're engaging, and we'll post it in our team chats. And then you can go there and you don't have to say anything. You just log into your different accounts, give the team member comments likes, which boosts us up in the thread, making us more visible, giving us the appearance of popular consensus. And that really helps a lot, with like the drink analogy I made, people in coming together and showing support for something makes other people more likely to come together and support it. So you don't even have to really get involved with comments. But if you do want to get involved with comments, that's great. We definitely need those people. We need folks going through these threads and finding the anti-white comments and rebutting them. We need people going through and finding people who are white sympathetic and saying, hey, like, how you doing? Like, what do you think about this idea? And just engaging in conversation. We need all of that stuff. And we also need to be getting into different platforms. We need to expand. And if you have an idea for a particular platform that you want to start engaging on, join the team and bring it to my attention. And we will talk about forming some kind of group to engage on the platform that you're interested in engaging on. We can talk about metrics, how much, how many people visit the site, what type of people generally visit the site, what kind of pushback will we get from the site owners? Are we just going to get deleted immediately or not? There's lots of things we could talk about in regards to feasibility for the different platforms. And there was something else you mentioned too. So there was fear of joining. There was, wanting to get involved or not wanting to get involved. There was something else that kind of popped in my head, and now I need to start taking notes. I don't remember.
I really like mentioning that folks can do as little with their participation as just like posts,
right,
that you all are making, so
or as much as you want. Like because it's the team activities aren't just limited to our daily scheduled campaigns. We have a chat where if you just randomly come across a thread that you think we can engage on and it'll get some views, you drop it in this chat and ask any team members who are available at that time to help you out, and we jump in and we help you out. So it's not like we're just expecting you to fall in line and do the scheduled campaigns. We will help out with just random things that you get involved in as well. It really is, we are really a team. We are backing each other up. This isn't just, us looking for you to help us. This can be us helping you as well. And that's really what, coming together and voluntarily cooperating is about. And yeah, I mean, I hope people get involved, because the people who are involved now are doing a great job, and we've been doing it for over a year, and people are holding strong and everything. But I know everybody would be happy to see some new faces, get some new blood into the team. We recently just got a new guy involved, and we're bringing him into the main chat pretty soon. And we've got other people interested, but I wanted to make an appeal to see if we could, light a fire under some folks, because like you said, and like you've said a lot more recently, we are running out of time. There is going to, like I said in my speech, there is going to be a time where they do not allow any speech that's heretical to the anti-white narrative.
Yeah.
You say anything nice about white people, you're gone. You say anything that, goes against their ideology, you're gone. You're going to have to fall in line and do what they say, or you're out. And people think like, oh, well, we'll just move to these alternative sites and stuff. They will shut down alternative sites. They can literally remove whatever they want.
Yeah.
They can make it so your site address just doesn't resolve at all. So your site could still be there. No one will be able to find it. And if they're going to be starting to take our guns away, like I was cooking dinner a little earlier, since I'm the only one who's not sick, and I was listening to you for the little bit of time that I was cooking dinner, and you were talking about what happens when they take our right to self-defense away. And I think you said it's going to be the blackest oppression the world has ever seen.
Yeah.
We don't have forever, guys. I mean, you see what's happening with, like, all the stuff going on with the trans kid stuff, and I say trans in quotations because it's just crazy. And we see all the stuff going on there. They are getting ready to infringe further on our right of self-defense. And it's not going to, we have to take the time that we have now and use it as best we can. And, I'm not a computer guy, so I can't, write programs and make video games and do all that stuff. So I'm doing whatever I can to reach people. And this is the best way that I know how to do it. And I hope that other folks will join me, even if you're, and even if you're not 100% going free. If you're willing to work with us and come to agreements on terms we will use and arguments we will make, I will work with you. We don't have to be at odds on this. And I don't know what else to say, but I hope people will hear me. I guess one more thing. This isn't just me speaking. This is other people on the team that I've spoken to about this. And we're all asking to come out and help while we still have the ability to help.
Well, brother, we deeply appreciate you and every one of them. And you, of course, anytime you want to come on and talk about whatever you need to talk about here, we'll have you on. And just let me know anytime. God bless you, man. Thank you so much for every bit of your effort. And for all of this effort, folks, a giant testimonial to the efficacy of white well-being. This man, with his family, he wouldn't be doing this. And all these wonderful people, normal people who are heroes in their communities. They are leaders in their communities. They're doing this because they know this is the place where ordinary but exceptional white people come to recapture our destiny. And this man right here is cream of the crop. God bless you, brother. And we'll talk to you again real soon. Okay. Promethean hails.
Thank you very much. Everybody have a great evening. And thank you again for letting me come on. And thank you for everything you do, brother.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye. All right. That was the great Natarific. What a champion, huh? What we're going to do is we're going to be talking about Patriot Front very shortly. Before we do that, we're going to celebrate Flash Gorgon. Flash Gorgon, he made a video that we've shared here on the stream several times. And first couple times we showed it, we celebrated him. We're going to give him some 07s and some wild, raucous emojis for this. And then we'll be right back. We're going to get into these announcements, which include Patriot Front.
They are not opposing white supremacy. They are not opposing white nationalism. They are not opposing white separatism. They are opposing white identity. They are opposing white people.
What a fantastic video that is. Inspirational, isn't it? I mean, just the guy coming out and he's like ready for white well-being. That is marvelous. And what a great conversation we had with Nate. Be inspired. I want to hear about you getting started. We're going to be taking calls at around 8:15 or so. Start taking calls from there until 9 when we're going to sign out of this going free. But until we get to that point, big attaboy and debt of gratitude to Naterific. What a champion, huh? And thank you for every second of your life that you give. Of course, he knows that it is for our people and therefore his family, himself, his loved ones. And that's how we all have to think. And that was, folks, in that video, Flash Gorgon. Thank you, brother, for making that video. I wanted to mention to everyone as part of the announcements here that as heroes in our story, we're the good guys, and we want to act like heroes. We want to act like the good guys. We want to act like redeemers, which is what we are, to those who are still in the anti-white narrative. That means we want to be a lot like a priest is to a sinner. So we want to be, for those who are still in the anti-white narrative, we want to come to them as with sort of a noblesse oblige. We are, if you can imagine, coming from like a different dimension to them. Being in another book, we are another story. We're essentially leaning down into their world from another dimension. And we're kind of like that Flatlanders story where it's all just the two-dimensional beings. They can go left, right, forward, backward, but not up, down. They're infinitely flat. So this is actually impossible, but it's just to illustrate the point. And when a three-dimensional being comes into Flatland, Flatlanders can only see portions. And when the three-dimensional being talks, if their mouth is not perfectly, or the orifice from which they speak, and the Flatland story, if it's not perfectly in that two-dimensional plane, they can't see it. It just rains down or comes up at them. That's kind of how it is for folks in the anti-white narrative. That's how we reach them, is from like another dimension. And we need to be gracious. We need to be redeemers. We need to be saviors. We need to be like the priest who goes to the center. And that means that we have to be sympathetic. We have to make recommendations. For example, somebody shows up, whether it's here on YouTube or on Gab or elsewhere, Facebook, Twitter, somebody shows up, and typical for the white sympathetic sphere is folks just show up, and the next new, the next new, how can we say, like, the next new group, the next new idea, the next new ideology, whatever it is, the group du jour, they'll show up and they'll say, and here is everything wrong with the world, and here is the way I see it, and here's what we should do. And they Their presence is to argue for their point. Their presence is to argue for their suggestions. And that is, I don't know, the nature of our people, I guess. When people come in and do that, the best thing to do, and what I try to do, and I have my failings as well, is to say to them that, hey, I get where you're coming from, and I get that you call these people the woke brigade or social justice warriors or whatever. I get that you say that. I'm going to recommend to you that you don't give them the names of their taking. I'm going to recommend that we use these names, that we call them anti-white. And I think you'll find, as many people here, that this works better. So I want what's best for you. If you decide you don't want to do that, then you hang out with us for as long as you can take it. We're not going to change our minds because this is working. It's like a priest saying, we're not going to stop worshiping Jesus because you come in here and tell me it's something else, right? But we invite you, sit in the pews for a while, see what we talk about, how we talk about it, see the efficacy of what we're doing. And if you have questions, I'm here for you. Ask me, and I'll do my best. And if I don't have the answer for you, I won't make it up. I'll ask somebody else and get some feedback from some others, get some input from some others, and we'll try to get you on the right path. And then at the very end, if you decide you don't want to be here, you want to continue looking at things the old way or what have you, then we invite you to just move along because we're not changing. So we hope that you'll stick around for a while, and we hope that you will begin the practice of going free. And if you don't, no hard feelings, and wish the best of luck to you. That's the best case scenario. That's how we should all strive to behave. And at different points in my efforts over my life, I have been more or less like that. Certainly less like that when the attacks on me personally are relentless. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And we are going to be getting into the Patriot Front issue, and we'll answer questions on that as well. But that's no excuse. I don't accept excuses from myself. I don't accept excuses from other people. So all that matters is that we reach the objective of recapturing our destiny on all the different levels of what that means. And so where we fall down, where I fall down personally, I acknowledge it. I acknowledge maybe I've been too hard with this person or that person, and it's in a very personal moment, you can say to yourself, it's kind of, amusing or infuriating, however you want to look at it, when, like in my position, I've written all these books, I've done all these studies, I've been on the Hill, I've worked for the conservative movement, I've invested my time and talent and thoughts beyond measure of the vast majority of people. And somebody shows up and says, I've been thinking about this for about 17 minutes, and I think that you are wrong, and that what actually we need to be. So on some level, it's kind of like it's kind of like funny. And at the same time, it can be really aggravating because you're trying to get to people and you're like, are you kidding me? But the bottom line is that we need to be gracious redeemers of our people. And that means we're going to have to, at times, endure some ugly responses, some ugly statements at us. And so, and hey, if somebody says, hey, well, you're just a jackass or something, because of you don't want to go about it this way or interpret it that way, just be like, okay, best of luck to you, and don't debate people. And I if you want to have like a 1-2 sort of a punch with somebody who shows up and they say your way is wrong because of this or because of that, there's no use in. You could have like a 1-2 punch. Here's why we're right. Here's why what we're doing works. But if you don't, include if you don't want that, more power to you to go and do it elsewhere. And as I said in a tweet, go talk to the public. Stop talking to me. If you think your way is so fantastic, well, then just go talk to the public, because we care about white well-being. And if that is your concern as well, then there's no sense in us wasting time and beating each other up when you can be out there talking to the public and proving your point. We're busy proving our point. And to a degree, some competition is a great thing. It's that, how do they phrase it? It's such a bogus term. It's competition and cooperation. And to a degree, there is some of this cooperation and competition, and it's a healthy thing, because that will help us find what works. And when you come across people who refuse the evidence of our success, then that's a moment you just immediately say, okay, thank you, goodbye, and best of luck to you elsewhere. Because, you know, somebody who comes up and they refuse to acknowledge your success, they refuse to talk about it, and instead they just want to keep advancing their position, which has not had the same success, that is somebody who has demonstrated that they do not have the same objective, or at least the same preeminent objective of white well-being. They're more concerned maybe with hurting another group of people, or things looking a very specific sort of way. And those are objectives that we don't own. Those are their objectives. So please do that. And to that end, I want to say quickly to this specifically, there was this debate, an argument broke out again, and I would like for this to go to bed for the last time. We use white erasure, and I will very briefly tell you why. There are some other folks out there who use the word genocide and the word white before it. I won't say it in the other way, because I have a strong suspicion that the artificial intelligence is listening for it. It is a phrase that is being considered to be included, if not already, I got to look again, in the identifiers, the same way the FBI and Homeland Security looks for identifiers for gangs and mafias. They use the same sort of system against those who care about white people. And so they choose to use genocide, and then they throw the word white in front of it. And they make some arguments for why they believe that that is a really strong position. And then people who are using, those who are going for use white erasure, and they make some arguments back. Let us just agree to disagree. The reason I came to white erasure is that initially I adopted many years ago now, when that group of people started using, the first time it turned up, genocide and the word white ahead of it, I adopted it and I used it in my advocacy, which is prolific. I have talked to many, many thousands of people, for God's sakes, many thousands, different economic strata. Why? Not because I wanted a trophy, not because I wanted aggrandizement, but because I want to get to the objective of recapturing our destiny and therefore white well-being. So I used it, and I discovered something while using it. I thought it was brilliant. I printed out the verbiage from the UN, and I carried it with me, because all the way back then, there was no smartphone for me to carry it around on and look at. And if people had smartphones, I certainly didn't have one back then. So I printed it out and I carried it with me. And I would talk to folks and I would say, this is the genocide with the white. And I discovered that when I said this to anyone who wasn't already white sympathetic in our community, that they looked at me like I was crazy. And the conversation was ultimately over. The more important and powerful the person I was having the conversation with, the more educated, the more, the higher they were up on the totem pole of their industry or profession, or the bigger houses, and the more powerful and wealthy the person, the quicker they were done talking to me, the quicker that they lost any interest in what I was saying. Some folks would say, well, how is it? And I would say, I'm a very persuasive person. And so some of these folks, I was like, wait, let me just explain this to you, how it's the case. Let me explain it to you. Later on, I looked at that, let me explain it to you, as a weakness. Because now that was taking time, and I was burning persuasion up because you can only persuade a person of so many things in the time that you have them. And I was burning up some of that precious persuasion on something that was unnecessary, as I saw it. Remember, everybody's going their own ways. And in some of those cases, I would say, wait, let me just explain. So by this very strict reading of this, then the outcome is that. And then this is, so it technically is this. And so I got some people, now remember, this is people who are not inside the white sympathetic sphere, to agree that, well, yeah, kind of by like a technical, it ends up being that. Well, that's true, but there's no concerted effort. And I had no way to prove that there was a concerted effort for there to be white bodies and piles of white bodies or fewer white people. I had no way to prove that. And so that was an easy way out. And the folks that heeded that very technical reading, and remember, it's a very white thing. And that's not my objective. My objective is white well-being, not to achieve I got this next person to believe that this is technically genocide with white. And this is just what I was doing. They would agree in those very few cases. They would agree, but they would never repeat it. You could tell they thought it was like just pure insanity. And so there's, especially those powerful people. And so this took me, like, they were never going to go to their dinners with other powerful, wealthy people and start talking about something that sounded to them that crazy, even if technically true. And so there was a word that I knew and that made a lot of sense for me in these contexts, and that is verisimilitude. Verisimilitude. That means that something has the ring of truth. Not only is it true, but it has the ring of truth. And what I observed was that this did not have the ring of truth, even if technically, and then some of those people, they would say, well, technically that might be the case, but then nobody's really at fault because it's just sort of happening as a consequence of societal forces. And it just spread out into numerous different arguments and went places that weren't benefiting my objective. That is when I decided to start using white erasure. And that is why I teach white erasure, because white erasure is something that everybody can see. And when I had these conversations with folks and I started talking about white erasure, everybody immediately upon hearing white erasure, they would perk right up, white erasure. And sometimes they would wait to sort of read me to find out the definition. Other times they asked, what is white erasure? And I would say, oh, it's easy. It's the signs getting pulled down. It's the statues. It's the history getting rewritten. It's white people being encouraged to reproduce with non-white people so that there aren't white babies. It's all of that. And then even the wealthy people, even the powerful people said, oh, yeah, because they could see it. Because now they had a name of a concept that they could observe, or a phenomenon that they have a concept that they were observing as a phenomenon anyhow. And as a consequence of having a concept for it, white erasure, having a concept for the phenomenon they saw, they then what? They began seeing that phenomenon everywhere because now it had a name. And it made it far easier. It's the Bader-Meinhof. It made it far easier. It's a frequency illusion, but it nonetheless has the frequency effect of making somebody able to see a phenomenon everywhere when they only saw it here and there before. Name of that elementary school, right down from the mansions where we live. That's getting changed from a white guy to some anti-white, non-white person. And so then he could say, while driving the nice car, that's that white erasure stuff. He would never have been able to say, that's the genocide with the white on top of it. So, to end this discussion, more power to those. Let's please not have this debate anymore amongst folks. I know there's a very loyal, and that's an awesome trait to have. The loyalty, very loyal group of folks to what Bob created, and that's awesome. Please go out into the world. And if you think it's the best thing ever since sliced bread, white bread, I might add, is the best, please go spread it in the world. Don't come over to the practice of going free and our folks and start telling us about how superior this genocide with the white is and how we should be saying that, because we're not going to change our minds. This is what folks who are going free do, because we have found it in our examination and testing these things to be the most effective. We might be wrong in the end, but we are demonstrating a lot of success. So more power to you folks, and let's all go whatever ways we have to and be effective for white well-being. Now, I'm going to get into the Patriot Front thing, and just after this, we have these cult nats recently, and tags, if you want to call them that, we mentioned that, who are spreading the misinformation about me again. And they're being very, very careful. It's interesting. It almost seems professional. And maybe it is professional, because they're saying things like this was after this poll that was taken, where shockingly, nearly half, it was pretty much split down the center of half of the people who took the poll thought that the best way to bring about white well-being, or how we see it, how we observe it, was the practice of going free, rather than this AntNat approach, and that really pissed off a lot of these cult nats who, and this is what I really want to talk about, but I want to say what they're saying. They're saying things like this all over the place. Not a lot of them, just a handful, but they're very outspoken. They're using sentences like, quote, this means, so it's just a statement with no context, no quote from me, no video of me. They'll just say things like, quote, this means that Jason wants us to tolerate non-whites victimizing us, close quote. And then no quote, as I say, from me, no clip of me speaking. And then other things like that. Quote, this obviously reveals that Jason wants us to focus on non-white well-being rather than our own well-being, close quote. I mean, those statements are perfectly insane. And so if you see somebody saying this, the easiest thing to do, no need to go back and forth with them, because this is a paid actor. This is an either they are professionals being paid, or they're just disgusting anti-whites who have built up reputations as AntNats online, where it's very easy to do. And all the proof is in their activity. So if you see something like this, you want to say something, you jump on the thread and say, that's perfect horse shit. You're just an anti-white. And then don't respond to anything else they say. Because you're not dealing with an honest person, not intellectually honest, not honest in any way, shape, or form. These people are obviously anti-whites pretending to be white sympathetic. Because I really want you to think about this. Every time an effort for the well-being of white people seems like it's going to go somewhere, and it is not, of an AntNat, Hollywood Nazi demeanor, complexion, argumentation, depiction, etc. When it's not that, and some other effort is perceived to be gaining some success, every single time for the past 30 years, folks like these cult nats immediately show up, and they do what? They begin slandering the leading personalities in that endeavor. To do what? To get everybody back on the farm of behaving like a Hollywood Nazi. And if you're the anti-whites, what do you want resistance to look like? You don't want the white population out there joining people who are standing up for white well-being, do you? Well, then just keep them looking like Hollywood Nazis. These people are clearly anti-whites who are just pretending to be something other so that they can convince you. If they were honest actors, if they were like, you notice that none of the Scandinavian socialist or nationalist people show up to do this kind of garbage. Now, what they'll do is they'll make some bogus accounts that are Scandinavian. But they show up immediately. If they were honest actors, they would say, you know what, I don't think I'm great. It's wonderful to see you having so much success. It's wonderful to see you having so much success. And name all the success that we're having. But I really think that if we're going to go the distance, then we need to look like, they never do that. They show up and they say, oh, that guy who you're listening to there, that leading personality, oh, well, he's Jewish. Oh, well, he's Asian. Oh, well, he's a pedophile. Oh, well, and then it's just nothing but endless slandering to destroy this other effort that doesn't emulate or imitate Hollywood Nazism. This is obvious. And as a community, the white sympathetic sphere, I will call on the entire community again. Drown these people out when they show up. Every time they show up, ban them from every channel that these bogus accounts show up on. I don't care if they've been around for 10 years. It's bogus. Nobody who cares about the well-being of our people is going to see another endeavor achieving success and then immediately hustle over there to slander the shit and misrepresent the shit out of what they're talking about and who those leading personalities are. No one would do that. Only anti-whites would do that. People need to take stock of where anti-whites want everybody to go, what they want everybody to look like when it comes to resisting anti-whiteism. A lot of concern trolling. There was another one I'll share where they said, I used to really like Jason, but I think they might have gotten to him. In what way? I'm the same way that I've always been, sacrificing my life gladly for the glory of our people. My face out there, my name out there, and you're nothing but lies, these people. Anybody who harbors these anti-white undercover agents is part of the problem. And that is worth quoting. I want to also tell everybody, no use for looking for me at TikTok anymore. I have been banned. I've been censored off the platform. I was too effective. And it was Hassan Piker's followers who did it. They anti-whites, and those followers, those anti-whites following Hassan Piker, are the most vicious they would execute white babies. They would, in my opinion, CNN would say different, but they would say white people don't exist and then execute white people. Have no problem picking us out for execution, in my opinion. Not every one of his followers. I'm sure some of them are golden, wonderful folks. But all you have to do is say something negative, point out how dumb that SOB is, and his followers mass flag like insane. That is how anti-whiteism works. You undermine an anti-white argument as easily as I made that guy look as dumb as he is, and they come in full force. Well, I'll be back up on TikTok at some point in the future, and I'll continue spreading everywhere. I'll get on 2 more platforms, as is my promise to anti-whites. So all they did by getting me censored from TikTok is piss me off and motivate me to get on 2 more platforms and spread the message to even more people. We have a video that is being made. I'll be playing next week probably, or roll in over the course of the week, by Timothy Fox Cordell. Looking forward to that. Now we're going to talk about Patriot Front. Coeur d'Alene's 31 rated PF, not as entertaining as Ocean's 11. I didn't watch that, but I want to start off by saying that my heart goes out to all of Patriot Front. These guys, I don't know if there were any females present, but these are brave people. These are brave. I don't know what ages. I think they're probably most of them young. Brave young people. They see what is happening to our kind, Western kind. They see what's happening to our country, the United States of America, in this case in particular, and they're disgusted by it. In that moment, they decide, I want to do something about this. And that is a glorious, heroic, noble, and brave thing to do today, because the anti-whites have the ability to tell the world that their concern for Western kind, for generations to come, for their duty to our ancestors and founders of the country and what our people wanted for the United States, motivates them with love and justice. And the anti-whites have the ability to tell the world that they're evil, that they're motivated by carnal lusts. So to move forward when you know that your victimizer could tell the entire world that about you takes a shit ton of bravery. And for that, I salute every single one of them. In my opinion, and I might be wrong, although I was right again, and I have no problem. I just have to have no problem pointing out when I'm right, because we have so many folks in the white sympathetic sphere that are so led by their egos. They won't ever talk about when we're right. And so what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just never point out when we're right? And then no one does, because there are egos out there that care more about their aggrandizement or their dollars from folks, from followers, than the accomplishment of white well-being. I can't just stand by. In my opinion, these marches are ineffective. And in fact, wildly counterproductive, because they look like the villain in the anti-white narrative. And therefore, the anti-whites are able to use these tiny bits of info, a march here, a march there, shields here, shields there, to say this demon that we've given you in the media and entertainment, that is real. That is seething beneath the surface of the white population when it's not. That it actually wants X, Y, and Z. When none of those guys who are out there braving the back of a U-Haul truck and who knows, getting shot at by anti-whites, none of them want that. None of them want the things that the anti-whites would articulate for us. Now, they've made the decision. Maybe they've never heard of Going Free. Maybe they have, and they just say, I want to go out there and do something that makes me feel tough, that makes me feel like because we have people deliver leaflets all the time, do a marvelous job. If you want to deliver leaflets, you want to get concepts out into the world, you want to go and deliver them in the light of day, as I have many thousands of that were useless over the years before we had the concepts in Going Free. You can use the concepts of Going Free that work. You can get out there and you can have your face out there. You can do it at night, conceal your face. Nobody knows. They just show up and lawfully places where it's approved to post leaflets and posters. You can do something physical. But there is a draw, especially for young men, to get out with their brothers in arms and march and look like the villain in the anti-white narrative, because that feels cool. It feels like you somehow adopt the power that in the anti-white narrative, in their movies, in their fictionalized reality, that they allow them to wield. They allow them to wield it because they want them to be scary, don't they? So they do that because it feels strong. It feels good. And then they'll make arguments like, well, like I saw the other day, freedom is only taken, and it was in defense of this sort of activism. Freedom is only taken at the point of a sword. Well, they're not wielding swords. They have plastic shields or don't, depending on the marches. And they're just going out with their faces covered or don't. They have their faces revealed. There's no violence. So this is the sort of argument that's made, is that it's got to be violent if we're going to accomplish anything, and then they don't engage in any real violence, and we don't want anybody to engage in violence. But if you all remember, in the white sympathetic sphere, I never said this, but in the white sympathetic sphere, prior to the beginning of July last year, everybody referred to these marches ever since Charlottesville, which I may or may not have been at. Everybody referred to these sorts of things as retard rallies. And I never said that about them, but other people did. It was very widespread. July 4th comes along, and I think that Patriot Front is making a bad decision to march in these places that are going to scare non-white people, probably not adults, but probably their children. And why would you want to do that? You're trying to win over white brothers and sisters by the millions, normal, ordinary white folk by the millions. You're not going to win them over by inadvertently or intentionally scaring non-white children. So, and then going to these places, Philadelphia, that are strongholds of anti-whiteism, showing up and then doing this sort of thing and painting over murals in their neighborhoods of their heroes or whatever. I did not think that these things were the smart approach. And I said, as a consequence of this, a lot of these guys are going to end up arrested. They do more of this, they're going to get arrested. Their futures, the kind of lives they could lead. And why would I be saying this? Why would I talk about their futures and the kind of life that? Because I care about them. Because I want them to lead fantastic, glorious lives in service to our people. I want them to have wives and raise healthy, brilliant children to stand up for white well-being as well. I want them to be effective. And if they are doing this sort of thing, which I believe is more harm than good, even in which shows great bravery, if they're doing that sort of thing, then they're going to get arrested. Their names are going to get known. It's going to be hard to get jobs. You're going to lose your jobs. It's going to be hard to get education. You're going to be thrown out of your school, thrown out of social club, thrown out of the family unit. I've seen people over the years get involved in things that they should not have gotten involved in, end up killing themselves. Not once. It's happened quite a bit, regrettably. And I would be a bastard if I did not say, and I obviously could have always said it better, and I'm trying to always get better, if I did not say, hey, I don't think this is the right way. People should, there are other means. I think this is more harmful than good. I came out and made that prediction about them, and almost exactly 1 year later, proven 100% right. Almost exactly 1 year later, proven 100% right. What happened after that march last year, almost a year ago? I made my comments. All these people who were talking about retard rallies turned on me for 7-8 months, slandering me, misrepresenting me in every conceivable way. Where are their apologies now? Leaders of groups in their private community chats putting up all kinds of lies about me, even when they had nothing to do with, even when they're competitors of Patriot Front, even when they've spoken negatively in private. I know, I have the proof, spoken negatively in private about Patriot Front, coming out in defense of Patriot Front to slander the shit out of me with lies. People coming out with all kinds of allegations about things I do in my life, when I do them, who I've done them with. None of these people ever apologizing, ever coming forward saying we shouldn't have said that about this guy. Nobody going to war inside of these groups or inside of these communities saying, what the hell are you doing? That guy just wants what's best for our people. He's trying to do what's best for the white race. He's trying to do what's best for those guys who are going out and having their lives ruined. What are you doing? Nobody going to war against these idiots. Not a single one apologized. Not one. And you all know, over this past year, how many sickening allegations have been made about me and what I do with my life. All lies that came out of my criticisms last year, which in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, were proven 100% correct. And I wish it weren't so. Every movement that these brave men were making was known, supposedly, to law enforcement. They were going to go and have a counter march. I believe that they didn't mean to do any harm, that they weren't there to cause a riot. Coeur d'Alene, Idaho is not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Right? It's one thing to claim, well, that happened in Philadelphia because it's radically anti-white. Idaho is supposed to be this Shangri-La for white people. They were going to go and have a counter march, have a counter protest to homosexual month, or all maybe sexualities except for white heterosexual, whatever they want to call it. So homosexual march. They were going to go out and have, and if you know the proper name, you're at YouTube or whatever, get with me and tell me the proper name for it. I simply don't know. So Patriot Front was going to go out and march and say, we object to this or whatever it is. We think it's not good for society. And thank God that they had the courage to do that. Unfortunately, they were doing it in what I believe is an ineffective way. And so, just as I said almost exactly 1 year ago, that these guys, right before marches, will be getting arrested. That happened 1 year, almost 1 year, exactly 1 year later. On their way to this march, their U-Haul pulled over, and this is the story. And their pictures of their faces, by the way, I have seen. Many of them were photographed, and law enforcement did that on purpose, unquestionably so, in collaboration with anti-whites outside of law enforcement, in my opinion. Taking the masks off, the hats off, the glasses off, these young men, to ruin their lives. 31 Patriot Front members were arrested near an Idaho Pride event, homosexual event, and bisexual and omnisexual and I don't know, all the sexuals except for heterosexual. Authorities arrested 31 members of the white supremacist group Patriot Front near an Idaho Pride event Saturday after they were found packed into the back of a U-Haul truck with riot gear. The men were standing inside the truck wearing khakis, navy blue shirts, beige hats with white balaclavas covering their faces. When Coeur d'Alene police stopped the U-Haul and began arresting them on the side of the road. Quote, they came to riot downtown. Coeur d'Alene police, anti-white police chief Lee White said at a news conference. All 31 were charged with conspiracy to riot, a misdemeanor, White said. The men were going through the booking process Saturday afternoon and are scheduled to be arraigned on Monday, he said. Based on the evidence collected and documents, authorities found that the group was planning to riot in several areas of downtown, not just the park. Police found riot gear, one smoke grenade, shin guards, and shields in the van, White said. They wore arm patches and logos on their hats that identified them as members of Patriot Front. This story goes on. It's disgusting. They're arrested and charged with a misdemeanor. Their identities are had. The anti-whites in this police force will share their identities with anti-whites outside, which means it will be their identities will be communicated, and maybe they don't care. But if they don't care, maybe they wouldn't be wearing masks also. But who else is going to be collecting their names? The federal government. And we've shared with you many of the different types and pieces of legislation that the federal government is putting together for this very sort of thing. These young men's lives should be protected. And this is the criticism that I've given for the leadership of numerous groups now. Their lives should be protected at all costs. Their leaders should want them to have families and be effective and live into their old age outside of a prison jail. Some of them may decide that they want to be like me and have their face out there, that they want to go deliver leaflets with their face out there and where their car can be photographed and the license plate. Some of them will make that decision. By God, let them. But some of them don't want anybody to know. And we need a lot of them to be, whether it's that group or any other to be anonymous so that they can continue to march forward. And in our case, sharing concepts that have already made their way because of our efforts into society and is changing society for the better. So my heart goes out to these guys and their families. I hope their I hope it's as painless as possible. And you have a good guy. There are other ramifications of this. I'm going to get into some really quickly because I'm going to take calls in just a moment. But I just want to get to a couple of these comments because I said I would. There are other ramifications. When the federal government gets your name as a participant in the white sympathetic sphere, they then are not certainly, but likely to attempt to press you into service for them. And it happens all too often. And then who can you trust? How would you like to be in an environment where everybody is looking at each other as the narc, as the potential rat who is feeding the federal government or ADL or who knows what else? Once they know your name and your face, and they can come to where the guy lives, and then his I've heard there was a group by Tom Metzger, and they interviewed people many years ago who got pressed into service by the feds. Once they know where you are, who you are, and how miserable your life might be, they then come looking and they say, hey, your life has been made pretty awful by these guys in charge. Look at the way you live. You lost your family. You lost everything. We can give you money. We can pay you. And then what do you want at the end of your service to us? We'll give you something spectacular at the end. You want a Cadillac? You want a gold watch? What do you want at the end? For now, all you have to do is get us some info on these people, drop a few ideas in these groups, and you'll get paid, and you'll get a little bit of revenge. Do you want, folks, to make more people like this that you have to be worried about? Do you want to be one of the people that others have to worry about? Come on. I feel bad for these guys. I want the best for them. I salute their bravery, and I submit again that there are other strategies. We represent an example of a different strategy, and I urge the leadership of these groups to investigate other paths for advocacy for our people. With that said, I'm going to jump over here quickly. Lapis says here, we don't have any mail. There was nothing in the mailbox. Lapis says, our mere existence hurts the feelings of others. Western civilization does not live outside our genetics. The doctor contradicts himself in his book with this interview. She's talking about that Murray guy. Of course, he uses animals, or no, I'm talking about the other one. Of course, he uses animals to get his point across, as he still lacks the backbone to tell the truth. Fact is, oh no, she's talking about Murray. Fact is, Pretzel Man has a God complex. He believes it's our duty to carry the world upon our backs, instead of having the backbone to claim inheritance because it brings hate. He claims it's someone else's. In other words, all of our creations belong to somebody else. It's not ours, it's everyone's. So please don't destroy it. Well written, sister. Thank you. Nathan Lentini, great champion, says here, absolutely, brother. Powerfully spoken. Absolute truth. My life has been basically ruined from anti-whiteism. As I just hit 40, and a career in my field of engineering seems to have drifted permanently out of reach. Other things have crumbled like dominoes in my life. The reason? Anti-whiteism. The solution? Going free. Long live the West. God bless you, Nathan. My heart goes out to you, man. So much of my life absolutely destroyed because of anti-whiteism, and I can't get any of it back. Those days are all gone. And so many other men out there, I mean, white men by the millions, our lives ruined to various degrees by anti-whiteism, and we're getting pissed off about it. And we're doing something that's changing it. Synth writes here, Jason, you should definitely consider running for office. Well, in the future, you may well see me in office, and it'll be the most exciting time of our lives. Reptile writes here, in 4 years, I've never heard a political stance or opinion I disagree with. Jason has always, talking about me, always put the well-being and safety of our people, civilizations, and children first, like a true hero. God bless you, brother. The reptile is a hero. Everybody knows that. Just a couple more, and we will. Thank you, brother. We'll roll over to the calls. Victorian Time Traveler says, I read the Jordan Peterson's work before I went free, and even then I thought he was anti-white and demonic. His philosophy reads the way that spoiled milk tastes. Very well written. I love it. Jennifer McLean writes here, Mr. Murray uses whiteness, but would he say Semiteness in a similar context, which is also a valid word within Wiktionary? Of course, he wouldn't. Well, precisely, because they're cowards. Of course, they're going to use an anti-white concept, whiteness, for us, but they would never say Semiteness for Jews. TJ writes here, and very well written, Jennifer. Thank you. TJ says, could maybe make a neat short, bugs in any case, the enlightenment of the rambling, the gene. I'll have to check out exactly what you wrote there. Thank you, brother, and then come back to that. Lupus writes, anybody else notice that whenever Jordan Peterson says something true, he enunciates normally, but whenever he says anything stupid or evil, he always seems to emphasize that very sentence or word, like he's both trying to convince himself as well as his audience that the nonsense he's spewing isn't somehow nonsense. When he says white in this interview is a perfect example of his deleterious and malevolent character. Very well observed and written. It's totally the truth, Lupus. The great Donning Armour writes this, I listened to JP argue over the meaning of the word truth for 2 hours with Sam Harris. I'm done with him. Our people are dying. I have no room for eggheads. Well written. And Stewart says here, always great rationale behind Jason's points. Unfortunately, far ahead of most of the rest of the white sympathetic sphere. It is true indeed for now, but not for always. We're going to get ready for your calls. If you want to call in, let me know over on Skype. I will call you. And first, we're going to listen to Yiz and No White Guilt clips.
That I lay in bed, sad and crying at night, wanting to give up. Do you know what I think? What if in 40 years, 20 years, 10 years, there's an anti-white hate mob burning this field to the ground, and they have my mother hung from that tree over there. And my husband and I are next. They've gotten us beaten to almost unconsciousness, and they're going to kill us to take our land. Because I'm a white person that will relent to the anti-white narrative. And that mob is going to kill me. I don't want my last thought before that happens to be, what if I would have just? What if I would have just given more flyers? What if I would have just had one more event? What if I would have just made one more video? Or done one more live stream? Or sent one more email encouraging someone to not give up? What if I wouldn't have given up 10 or 12 years ago? What if I would have just done one more thing? That's what keeps me convicted and keeps me going. Be convicted, be motivated. We can't give up because that is exactly what our oppressors, the anti-whites, want us to do. Don't let them win.
Magnificent, sister. And with that, I will hop on over here and see who we have for calls. Anybody has messaged or not. Did we have anybody there? Oh, Patrick of Southtown. Is he with us? That was last week. If Patrick of Southtown is with us, you're first, brother, and I will place a call to you. I will place a call to you right now. All right, we will come back to Patrick of Southtown shortly. We're going to place a call in just a moment to Mr. V, have him on a little bit earlier today. And actually, you know what? Let's do this quickly. All right. The sun is set. And so our magic window is giving us a view of DC. And we will, looks like White Wellbeing Advocate says he's ready to go. So he says he's got a quick call. And we will call White Wellbeing Advocate for a quick call. I want to point out here, nobody over there on Odyssey is saying his life was totally ruined by anti-whiteism as well. And he's asking about the engineering. It's the field that he was in. And so he's not going to be able to work in the field or where he wanted, when he wanted, how he wanted. And so I just, that's terrible. I sympathize with you. Your life also ruined. So many things, you know, there's just a place in life when you can take advantage, when you can work through, when you can get ahead. And when anti-whites ruin that for you, everything is derailed. They've done that. That's why I am so adamant about using this practice of going free, because it hurts anti-whites back. And so I want to do what hurts them. If I thought that, which damages anti-whiteism, if I thought that something else was better, I would incorporate it, or I would have never developed this, or I would have never stuck with this. I would just go on to whatever that is. But this does the most damage, in my experience, to anti-whiteism and to anti-whites themselves, because I love it when I make them out to be the villains that they are, and they see it, and the onlookers see it. There is nothing that is more valuable, because every time it's just a little bit of, here's some of that pain back, you piece of shit. Let's get a call out to White Wellbeing Advocate. Here we go.
Hello?
Hey, brother, how are you doing? And what's on your mind?
I'm doing pretty good.
Awesome.
I was just saying just a couple things.
Okay.
Yeah, for one, I've been watching Hake Report. I think he's been improving for sure.
Oh, Hake, yeah.
But,
okay, great.
Yeah, he's been holding his ground. I've been watching him hold his ground and being good, better at for sure on, like, you gotta where, you know, what to cut off and not acknowledge as anything other than just a pretext.
That's
and
awesome.
Where to be like, let them speak, and where to let them speak a little bit, and where to not, and where to end. But he definitely holds his ground. I had so let's throw that as.
Well, that's great. Hats off to Hake.
I figured I'd at least mention improvement, because I remember that one call I mentioned. It didn't look like he was practicing that hard, but he definitely was a little bit. And I figured I'd do justice at least point out what I have, you know. He's definitely been, you know, he's heard me on a call, so I'm not like perfected at like debating people's not fully my thing, you know.
Well, we're all growing,
anyways.
Man. We're learning from each other. We're growing, so it's cool.
Oh yeah. Anyways, I think I may have handled this situation at work pretty well.
Okay.
I think because next I'm at work. And this guy, he already had a couple of boxes of the product in the shopping cart. And I'm like, 2 sales used to contribute. It will be. So right, that says context. And now he was talking. oh, it's cool, whatever. And he's like, said something before he's like, can I pray for you? And I was like, sure. Which I could say no. I could say, you know, whatever, but disregard that. Which I'm a Christian also, but I'm also skeptical with certain people. I feel like I have like I can sense. Well, anyways, I could sense sometimes if they're really a Christian or not, but before they reveal anything, sometimes, and that ability to sense that improves Christianity. But anyways, he's like, I pray for. He's like, sure. He's like, what do you want to pray for? I was like, my first instinct was not to be too honest, where it's personal, like it was just kind of like thrown out there, but it was still some honesty. I was like, my health. He's like, okay, I'll for that, and I was also half doing something too in it.
You still there, brother?
I was like, and for the well-being of Western kind, and I would. Well, definitely, I don't.
Hold on, you're breaking up a little bit.
And then he just walked away, and in my head, I was thinking of saying something, and I'm like, this is also at work too, and he kind of just walked off. And I didn't say anything, but I was just like somewhat assertively, where he could have half picked up on it through my tone. I was like, all right, bye, have a nice day. In a tone being somewhat a matter of fact like, but this is also at work. And
sounds like we were just getting into a good story, and then he lost connection. So let me try to call him back. We lost him.
Hey, was there a disconnect?
Yeah, the connection got too weak, and we lost you, but you're back.
Where did I cut off?
You were right at the point where you were telling him that you're for white well-being, I guess, and Western kind.
Oh, I said, yeah, at that part when I was like, I first said my health, and he's like, okay, and I was like, I brought my head. I'm like, oh, and for the well-being of Western kind as well. And then he's I said it was more cheerful tone, but and I was also happy when something as well as he was right before as he just walked away. He was like, well, he probably says, we're at the well-being of Western kind, I'll pray for you. And then he kind of walked off really fast. Like he's like, I don't know about the well-being of Western kind, I'll pray for you. And then he walked off really fast.
And he was.
And I said,
"Jeez,
this that work. Keep in mind, there's 2 sales I made in the car. As said it in a somewhat, I just with word to read probably not. It was like, all right, I have a nice day as I was continue doing what I'm doing. So that half second, I'm also thinking like, one, this is at work. I would have could have called him that, but 2, I'm looking at him like, okay, those are 2 sales in the cart.
Right.
And I have a feeling I'm going to do more good for Western kind than he's probably going to do harm, because what a flaccid kind of MP he just threw at me. But I don't know. Do you think I handled that okay for the given situation?
Yeah, I really do.
Or should I have handled that differently?
No.
Because at the same time, I'm like, I also was like, crossing my back of my head within that split second. I'm like, since he's walking away really fast, like, what are the odds that if I were to throw an MP at him, that like he's not just like he's just walking away really fast at the same time? No. I was like, that probably wouldn't be as effective if I saw him next time and then he said something again,
Right. You did the right thing. And the best thing now to do is next time you see him, drop like another MC with him, drop one of the concepts, anything. It's clear that he was just uncomfortable because he's not comfortable with hearing anything other than anti-whiteism. You might discover that when you hit him with another concept, maybe one of the 5 key concepts.
There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people too in like churches and Christianity and practice Christianity. Some of them are just vague, so that is correct, exactly what you said, and there's a lot of them that are just like they're actually just anti-white too. But
Well,
and I've also met a bunch of, just through doing my job, I've met a bunch of church goers, which I use as code for fake Christians.
Oh, okay.
But we don't have to talk too much about this. But there are like, and what's funny in the sales, you get a bunch of stories later on about that, but experience at that, especially that at work. But anyways, I guess those are just a couple things. It was just a quick call.
Well, we appreciate it, brother. And anytime you want to call in.
Patrick's coming on. I'm excited to hear.
I said, anytime you want to call in, we'll have you, brother.
So all right, awesome. Promethean Hales.
Promethean Hales. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
All right, man. That was White Wellbeing Advocate. And I'm grabbing the microphone a lot, so if I end up silencing myself, I will deeply appreciate your help to let me know that I have silenced myself. Because sometimes I throw electricity. It's a very strange thing. But he's talking about this encounter where guy said, can I pray for you? Because he's Christian. And White Wellbeing Advocate says, sure, my health and well-being of Western kind. And the guy hearing well-being of Western kind was uncomfortable with that. And so White Wellbeing Advocate did the right thing. Let the guy walk off. It depends, if you're there, you're in the situation. I mean, how well you know him. Has he been there before? Have you sold him a bunch of times? Would it be easy to say to him something like, and you do it lightheartedly in that environment. At least I do, and I have success that way. I'd say, if I knew the guy, I've seen him a couple times or something, and if he said, I don't know about the well-being of Western kind, I would probably give him a little bit of a slap on the shoulder and say, come on, you're for the well-being of everybody, including white people. I know it. Have a nice day. See you next time you come to shop here. That sort of a thing might be helpful. But also just letting him go, and then next time you see him, drop another one of the concepts. See how he responds to that. Normalize it for him. And because remember, he's going to hear any concern for white people, and he's in that other universe. He's like in the two-dimensional world where it's the anti-white narrative, and you've now just passed through. And so the only way he can understand you is by way of what the leaders of Flatland have told him, and what you are, what and who you are. So keep that in mind when you talk to these folks. Just incidentally, keep in mind that when some new folks show up in our circles, they might have heard all of these lies from last year that all grew out of me criticizing these young men, and there might have been some ladies there as well, young ladies, getting arrested in Philadelphia. Again, no apologies. People, by the way, people with good character, first of all, they wouldn't have done that shit, right? I just want you to remember this. For all the people, when you have somebody in a thought leading position, or an organization leading position, you need those people to be of good character, sterling character, right? That means they have to be able to admit when they're wrong. They don't baselessly slander, but when they get something wrong, somebody with good character comes back and says, I really got this wrong. I shouldn't have done X, Y, or Z. And in this case, these people, they should come forward if they have decent characters, and if they're worthy of you listening to them, they really need to come forward, say that they really screwed up. They propagated some lies. They made up some lies. They put their anger in the wrong place, and they apologize. We'll see how many of these leaders in the white sympathetic sphere actually have a decent character, and how many the anti-whites, whether it's anti-white white people or anti-white Jewish people, whatever it might be, are actually right about the kind of leaders in the white sympathetic sphere. Are they right? Are these people just egomaniacal, characterless, no principles, no morals? Is that really what's going on? I guess we'll see when it comes to quite a number of them. So when these folks show up and they've heard something negative about, you have to say, hey, look, I get that you've heard this. Here's why. This is actually a great community, and these are the reasons why it's a great community. let's place the next call. I haven't received anything more from Patrick of Southtown. So if you know Patrick, if he was listening or he is away from the phone, whatever it might be, maybe you reach out to him and say, hey, you get an opportunity to talk on the phone. But since I don't have him, we're going to call Mr. V. If you out there, you can reach out to me as Jason Kuna, No White Guilt, on Skype. And you write me, say you'd like to talk and what you'd like to talk about, just a very brief sentence, and then I will call you. Right now, we're calling Mr. V.
Hey.
There he is, man. Talk about it like a quick draw. I bet this guy, Mr. V, is going to end up as like one of those quick draw champions. He was right there on the trigger for answering the phone. Have you ever seen these guys, Mr. V? They're always white guys who are like 80 years old, but somehow they have the fastest reflex time in history. They can draw like a 6-shooter and pull off like 3 or 4 rounds before a human eye can blink.
That's a level of mastery that
it is amazing, their ability.
Cherished. That's incredible.
Yeah. But what's on your mind, brother? What do you want to talk about?
Oh, I wanted to mention the updates for the GFCs. I was talking to Patrick. Patrick really wants to get on, but he was having some issues. He said he was still going to try to get on, so I'll do my best. So,
well, you're actually breaking up a little bit. It might be on my end. I don't know why. Let me see if I can close some things. But go ahead.
I'll do kind of a rundown of.
We don't hear you at all now, my brother.
Having internet connection issues, so it's probably on my end.
Oh, okay. Is there anything you can shut down to decrease the bandwidth on your usage?
Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can fix it, brother.
Okay.
We've been vetting the person who wants to lead the Tennessee GFC, so we're going to be working with him on that.
So you're vetting the person who wants to lead the Tennessee GFC. That's fantastic news.
He's already completed the online portion of the vetting, and then we're going to discuss the details with him, help him get it started. And this was someone who was at Yiz's picnic.
All right. That's awesome. That is great. That is great news. And if you're thinking or if you're working, I can speak for a moment if you're trying to get it to work properly.
I think I've done about what I can on my part. Is it better now, brother?
Oh, we're hearing you clear at the moment.
Okay, great. Then I'll continue. So I'll also mention upcoming events. We're going to do a kind of a music night on Tuesday at 8 p.m. ET.
Nice.
That's going to be through Hyperbeam. People can show up and suggest some music, play it. You can take charge of the remote and switch music, etc. So we're going to use that to cover classical music and Western dance, but also to allow people to share music with each other, various genres and bands, but always with the time reserved for us to do that which is European.
That's awesome. Very exciting.
Yeah, and then on Thursday we have movie night. That's at 5 p.m. ET. We're going to watch LA Confidential. So I'm looking forward to that one. I have not seen that one yet. And it's going to be the 14th movie. So
wow.
We're cracking them out there, yeah.
Wow, this is, folks, I mean, if you want to get involved in something fun, you got to get involved with Mr. V and crew. But go ahead, brother, keep talking.
Thanks, brother. Yeah. And then Saturday, we're going to do another comedy night, the second one, and we're going to watch What is a Woman, that Matt Walsh documentary. And we're just going to laugh at the insane anti-whites. And that will be where the comedy comes from.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, because a lot of people want to watch that documentary. So we thought, okay, let's put that together and do a fun gathering. I'll let Patrick talk about the karaoke nights. Those have been a lot of fun. Awesome. And we're getting more people joining in. Roy joined us, and he did some karaoke.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Western Associate, who was just on, he joined us. Shauna, she's great. She's always up for singing. Clips. We shorten No White Guilt Clips to just Clips.
Cool. Makes sense.
The man is an absolute beast. He's doing so much great work for our people.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, so let me quickly mention the GFC's brother, and how people can contact them and participate, and then I will end so that hopefully Patrick can join us.
All right. Sounds good. Go for it.
Okay, so the California GFC is california.gfc@gmail.com, and that's Patrick's GFC. You can contact him there. All of the emails will be in the video description below this video. My GFC is gofreeclub@protonmail.com. That's the Ontario GFC. No White Guilt Clips, he has the New England GFC. That's New England GFC@protonmail.com. Let me get the others, because I had to shut down my browser, but I have them all here.
Okay.
In my ever-growing files.
Awesome. I love it.
Anglo-America, his GFC is the Midwest GFC. That's GFC of the US Midwest @protonmail.com. That's a big one, so look below video description. GFC of the US Midwest @protonmail.com. Lycomedes, his GFC is in Norway. It's the Norway GFC. ngfc@protonmail.com. N as in Norway, gfc@protonmail.com. Iberianrider, his is the Southwestern European GFC. And if you speak any of the Southern European languages, whether Portuguese, Spanish, Italian, you're more than welcome to join in. The focus is for us to translate the Go Free lexicon and argumentation into these various languages. So that's iberianrider@protonmail.com. You can reach him there. Franklin, who by the way joins us all the time as well.
Great.
He's leading the Virginia GFC. That's virginiagfc@protonmail.com. Once again, virginiagfc@protonmail.com. And that would technically be Mr. Kuhn's GFC.
That's right.
Western Associate, who just called in, his is the Florida GFC, FLGFC@protonmail.com. FL, abbreviation of Florida, GFC@protonmail.com. Balder's GFC, the Christian GFC, is ChristianGFC@protonmail.com. And I think it's a lot better than going to church and getting preached at by some anti-white priest. It's a lot better to just join the Christian GFC.
Yes.
Absolutely. The Arizona GFC is ArizonaGFC@protonmail.com, and that's led by Larry. ArizonaGFC@protonmail.com. That's the latest one. And then we'll have the Tennessee GFC.
Do I have the Arizona address in the description?
Yes, you do, brother.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And by the way, Final Blossom changes his. I didn't even have to ask him. He just keeps up with it and just changes it on his video. And his video has been helping us out a lot. So big thanks to him. And big thanks to all the GFC leaders. Big thanks to everybody who joined a GFC or emailed to join one. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, I will get a new copy of that video. I'll just download it from his channel, I guess, and then I'll be able to play it here on Going Free as well.
I don't think the video changed, but he put the
in the description.
emails in the description. Yes.
Okay, great. And we'll continue to play that video. I mean, that guy's amazing, isn't he? He's like 30 seconds into the future. I don't know how that happens, but somehow that guy's awesome.
Yeah, we got so many incredible people. And if you're in a GFC and you're curious about outreach work that you can do, just let your GFC leader know, and he'll put you in contact with the people who are doing the outreach team work. That's very important work.
Extremely. And this is extremely important for your psyche, folks, for your emotional stability, for your emotional well-being. I mean, we have everybody talking here about, to one degree or another, anti-whiteism has wrecked their lives. To be able to talk with other people who have faced similar or even different, but the same source issues as a result of anti-whiteism is cathartic. It's healing. So get involved. These folks are having fun. They're changing themselves, and the more of these we talk about it, it's about aligning with the archetype of Western kind. Go free, aligning with the archetype of Western kind. We have to knock down these mean pathogens that are in our subconscious mind. So think about how much of a challenge it would be to forget how to ride a bicycle. Some of these MPs are that entrenched. You need to work on these things with other people over time as a practice, just like exercise, eating right, before you can begin accessing your true potential, physical, mental, and spiritual. There's no joke to this. Everyone has said, and all you need to, that it's the case, and all you need to do is think about this happening to non-white people. Every single time I talk to white people about this, and I say, you'll be able to access all of these latent abilities to various degrees. I'll never get close to what all of I had as an ability, all that I could tap into as a member of Western kind from the spirit of the West, because of all these handicaps, all of these scars, these lesions on our spirits and minds. And but we can get as close as we can get. When I talk to white people, they're like, well, I don't know, that sounds kind of kooky. And then when you say, really? Well, let's talk about it, the same thing happening to non-white people. If we did this to their children, would they not reach their potential? And then the white people say, oh, yes, absolutely, they would fail to reach their potential. Okay, the same holds true for us. So these folks are leading. Mr. V is right at the point of the spear. And all of these folks, these are the apostles. It's like with Natarific and everybody on the Abridged team. These are the apostles. These are the folks making it happen. Now's the time to get involved. The day will come, and good Lord willing, as we continue to push. Prometheus willing, as we continue to push. When there are millions and millions. Who knows? Maybe I run for office, and then I have national attention on me, and then millions of people want to know, well, who is Jason Kuna and what's going on there? And they're logging on. They go to the website. They find out about these Go Free clubs. They want to start their own. They want to get involved. They want to join. They want to get involved in the outreach team. We got to be ready for that and know that everybody who's here before that happens, you will be seen as the apostles. You'll be seen as the ones that were at the dawn of time, if you will. So get involved and be like Mr. V. We all want to do that. Thank you so much, brother, for your service. Anything else you want to share before we let you go?
Well, I'll quickly mention, brother, that message that I sent you on Skype, when you're not busy, to please reach out to that person.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about a book, let's put it that way.
Okay.
And it's very interesting. I'm quite excited about that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I didn't even know they were working on it. So it is true. While you're sleeping, someone is out there working for white well-being.
Yep. Every moment, we are the force to be reckoned with at this point on planet Earth. So very proud of that, and proud of people like you, brother.
Thank you, brother. That means so much, and thank you for everything that you do. Thanks to all our brothers and sisters, and Promethean hails, brother.
Promethean hails. What a champion. Bye-bye. Mr. V, that is a living legend. Let me take a quick look at, and if Patrick is around, message me if you can talk. If you can't talk this time, We can have definitely next Sunday, but maybe even on roll-ins, some roll-ins, I might have calls as well. So let me take a quick look we have over on Cash App, we've got one financial gift, and he breached the $20 mark with a $25 financial gift. Let's get a 07s and a raucous emojis for Maki, financially gifting $25 a champion nonpareil writing here. Talk about the blue eyes, brown eyes experiment. I should do a roll-in and actually go over that experiment by anti-white people. But thank you very much. I hadn't thought about that experiment in a long time, and it would be worthwhile to share and talk about with everybody. So thank you, Maki. Over here let me just scroll through. I scrolled up to the top. Ultra Testosterone says, Jason is 100% fact. Southern Bloom is here. Great to see you, dear sister. Mark Davis says, hello, brother. Haven't seen you in a while. He writes, can you call me? You got my number. I do. Is it the same number? I guess it is. And he says, I'm not going to keep blowing up your chat. I haven't seen. This is the first message of yours that I'm seeing. And he says, or reach out to me on Twitter if you want. Sounds good, man. Good to see you. Let's see. Caleb is here. And just scrolling along. There's Lockie. Great to see you. Wonderful when all the champions come out, isn't it? And what's this? Freedom. Somebody called Freedom is here. Nothing wrong with freedom, right? We're getting ready to wrap up. Kingdom of Vinland is here. Great to see you, brother. Clips. That's what we'll call No White Guilt Clips. White Wolf. Great name and good to see you. I could be back tomorrow on a roll-in and potentially talking about Hake. Actually, as we hit the 9 o'clock hour, potentially talking about Hake. And he had somebody on what does he call himself? T-Jump, and tries to call himself a classical liberal. So I'm guessing he's not. But who recommended that to me to look at that? I'll take a look at it potentially tomorrow. Tuesday definitely will be Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be here. Jason Goes Political. I will be in the Fornull studio, which is amazing. I didn't have a lot of time to talk about it, but those TVs in the Fornull studio, those are real TVs. That's not just those are TVs. We can play things on those TVs, all right? So those are cool. The Fornull studio, in effect, all gratitude to that great champion there. Dude Bro Moment says, your mic is cutting out a little. Thank you, brother. And I don't know if it was mine or if it was just the connections. Let's see. Lockie says, please run for office. Well, that's what Jason Goes Political is all about. It might, if enough people are interested in it, then it will become at least a regular thing. And if it is more, then maybe it'll be a launching pad for a run for office. And I would run somewhere where I could win. White Calling is here. Great to see you. We could mobilize the entire Going Free community to make sure I get into office and then make big noise. Roy is here. Great to see you, good brother. Great to see you. And Janice Ridgway is here. 0022. Great to see you. Don't forget, though, whether I roll in or not tomorrow with that review of that conversation, make sure that you are there for Yiz show and for Null. And I think when time does Yiz start? For Null, are you at 8 or 9 Eastern time? But make sure you're there for those. We're going to jump over here on D Live, and I see Spartan's still there. Magnus is there. A lot of the clapping frogs. We got a lot of frogs over there. Happy frogs. A pirate flag. Maybe I should get a pirate flag. Should I fly a pirate flag in one of the televisions on for the Fernald studio? We have nobody is an online storage as well. Still over there on Odyssey. Didn't miss any financial gifts over there, but good to see you all. And over here on Entropy. So Patrick of Southtown, you are first. Next time we take calls, at least on Sunday, if not sooner. We have Western Man over here financially gifting. Thank you so very much. $3 financial gift. He writes, the term replacement, I'm sure, is a word the anti-whites look at too. Yes, it is. I noticed they started pushing really hard on that term the more success we had saying white erasure. Yeah, and again, the thing about, great point, thank you for the financial gift, the Machiavelli sucks is here, hello. Corbin as well. The thing about the replacement word, so much of these words, great and replacement, and they are associated in our lived experience with positive things. How often is a replacement something negative? Far more often in your lived experience, it's something positive. You get a replacement vehicle, a replacement refrigerator, replacement cartridges of ink in your printer. And so these psychological warfare specialists for the anti-whites, they know this. They make use of that. Normal people look at this sort of thing as magic. And we here in the AP class have figured it out. And so we are using it for the well-being of our people. We have Promethean promulgation, financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much, good brother. He says, quote, heterosexual puts the typical desire on the same level as homosexual. I noticed this in school when the other children would speak of them as a dichotomy, and I only realized what happened. This meant this might have started a few years after your time in school. Well, that is indeed an interesting subject to explore. And thank you for mentioning that and for your great financial gift there, good brother. Well, my friends, we have come once again through another Going Free gathering, and it has been marvelous. And we have learned, and we have laughed, and we have cried, and we have become indignant and righteously angry. And all of that is good. All of that is moral. All of that is the way that we should be behaving, the way we should be acting, the stances we should take. We need to go out into the rest of this week that we are now confronted with, and we should view it as a great opportunity, because it is. Every day, every week, every new week is an opportunity to get to our brothers and sisters out there and to share with them at least the key concepts, to share with them any other concepts that we can, so that they can adopt those concepts and then use them in their lives, and acting as a curative contagion spread from one of our brothers and sisters to another and to another and to another. And some of those that we speak with, we'll be able to introduce to Going Free. We'll be able to bring them in so that they can start bettering their lives, so that they can start making up for all of the harm that anti-whites have inflicted on them as individuals by way of the harm that they have inflicted on us as a people. We need to do this because it's the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do. And it is the only thing to do that we can guarantee, if taken to its logical conclusions, as we see the success paving stone after stone in that proper compass direction, the only thing that logically will lead to the recapture of our destiny. And that we want more than anything in the world. That is the most moral thing in the world. If you need any motivation, look to what they're doing to our young. Even if you overlook what they do to me or another strong white guy out there who's trying to get by, even if you overlook that because you have come to see us as fungible and replaceable, look to what they're doing to the little boys and little girls. Look to that school in Essex and what they're planning to do to all the little white children there, the white parents there. Look to all of these plans. When you hear Biden talk and the Pelosi talk and all these Democrats, look to all of their plans and what they plan doing to white people. Look at what's happening to the border here, and you have all of these, I don't know, unarmed intruders, people who are not invited, who come in, wonderful people, and they want to live their lives and they want to have happy families, but there are only so many jobs and there's so much inflation and there's so much getting worse every day. And every day they're teaching white babies how all of that pain is their fault and how they need to lower their defenses. They need to never come together in a collective defense for their individual well-being. Well, my friends, love is what's going to push us to step in front of all of that, between the victimizer and our babies. And when we succeed, it'll be no surprise to me when those white babies grow up into adults and they build statues to us. I love you all. Let's go free.